Please rise for the invocation and pledge. Please welcome Minister Claudia Rush, is that right? To give us the invocation. She is from the Brook Amy Worship Center. And thank you for being here with us this morning. We appreciate it. Go ahead.
Gracious God, we come now in the name of Jesus to say thank you for a new day. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of today's decisions, today's consideration, all that will impact lives on today. We pray your presence. We pray your guidance. We pray your direction. We pray that you will give us all wisdom to do the right thing for everybody involved. And we'll give you the praise, the honor, and the glory for all that you do for each of us on this day. In Christ Jesus' name I do pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Today is June the 21st, 2023. We're here located at Nueces County Courthouse, Corpus Christi, Texas. The time is 9:13.
That's correct.
And we have a quorum. We have Commissioner Hernandez, Commissioner Morales, Commissioner Chesney, and myself are present. The judge might be joining us later in Zoom. So, this time I'd like to ask if there are any disclosures of conflict of interest, so we can address them at this point. Hearing there none, we will move on to the public comment. And do we have any public comment? Okay. Victoria Holland. Victoria Holland, are you here? Daniel Wesley, maybe Wesley.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's come to my attention that there might be some abuse with these certificates of obligations that are being issued. I understand it's for...
Excuse me, sir. You want to go ahead and say your name and where you live?
My name is Daniel Wesley.
Your address?
I live at 2313 Louisville Drive, Corpus Christi.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I just want to make it aware that there's some concerns out in the public that these certificates of obligations are being used for non-emergency items. There's rumors that they're being issued for the hospital district. And I think anything for the hospital district should be brought before the voters. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Dub Taylor.
Commissioners, I'm here to support a specific agenda item. Should I speak now or wait until that comes up?
You can wait till the agenda item
Okay.
comes up.
I'll do that. It's 3A2.
That way you can answer any questions or whatever. It's a 3A2, right?
Yes, sir.
Lindy Winkle. Is that Lindy or Wendy?
Hi, my name is Cindy Winkley.
Cindy, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, that's okay. And let's see, I live at 514 Pasadena Place. And I am the secretary on the Nueces County Animal Services Advisory Board. As you guys know, there's a whole lot going on. I've got 3 different issues. I probably won't be able to get to them all, but for the advisory board, we've been on hold since October, pending an investigation. Not one person has told us why we're being investigated. We don't even know what's going on. I understand the investigation is complete, yet I don't know the results. It's been almost 1 year since this board has been able to meet due to this commissioner's court having our hands tied. So somebody needs to tell us what's going on. The next thing, out at Animal Services, there's a sign posted that volunteers do not have access to the office or the kennels, and they're not allowed to take photographs anymore. First of all, guys, this kind of seems illegal. I just don't see how you can keep people out of a public county building that we literally paid for. I don't know what's going on out here. But I've also heard that there is a person who's getting in there who is a volunteer. So it seems like if you know somebody, I guess you can get in. Or I don't know if you're, pals with somebody that you can get in there. So we need to find out why people are being denied access into this place. And, why certain people who are affiliated with A.D. Hernandez, the Commissioner's Court manager, are able to get in, and the rest of us are not. So it seems like, I don't know, discrimination or I don't know what's going on. And I'm not sure the county wants to take this road. It seems just completely illegal to me. So the third thing is on your agenda regarding the new facility. And it looks like you guys just want to push it off and just forget about everything. I don't know what you guys are doing out there. You're just trying to abandon the place and let Corpus Christi ACS take over, because now you want to push off even talking about the new facility. It was voted on, it was approved in January of 2021. You guys already paid Shelter Planners of America $85,000 for their needs assessment. The facility is considered undersized and obsolete, too remote, hard to find. And in 2022, you guys voted to allocate the remaining funds to complete the project. So I don't know what you guys are doing there either, but I hope you're going to reconsider, keeping that discussion alive. And I'll be back until I get answers.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else that want?
Can I just, we're not allowed to respond directly to people that make public comment, but I do want to remind anybody who's watching this that we will have agenda items where people can respond to the allegations that have been made, and I certainly will. And we'll ask the county manager to at the appropriate time, but since we can't respond in public comment, those will be addressed in the agenda items in a very public and transparent way. And if anyone's watching and wants to stick around for that, they can, but we can't respond to any of the inaccurate allegations that have been made until that time comes.
Is anybody else that didn't sign up want to sign up at this time?
I did sign up. I was indisposed when I was called upon.
I'm sorry?
I did sign up, but I was indisposed when
You're
called upon.
Victoria Holland?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Sure.
Very much appreciate it. I'm here to speak today about the hospital district's certificate of obligation for $45 million. This project, frankly, should be a bond. We talk a lot about, what can be done versus what should be done. It's the purview of those elected to differentiate between what's legal and what's rational. And when it comes to starting huge And frankly, we don't know quite how many millions of dollars this project will get to. We have inquired and we don't know. But if it costs about $250 million to build a high school, then I would think that building a hospital is likely to cost quite significant more. So this certificate of obligation is just the start of what seems to be a project in place without clear funding sources in mind. I think that it would be irresponsible for this to be authorized. I think it would be irresponsible for us to go ahead and move forward with this. It may be that this hospital is a good idea, but it should be a vote that the people get to see, get to weigh that with their own minds, and ultimately it should be a bond that people get to vote on, not a certificate of obligation that puts debt on the good people of this county without their knowledge or say-so. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that didn't sign up that want to speak? Having none, I guess we'll go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Now, moving on to the consent agenda, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So, let's see, I don't think I had any to pull. So moved, Commissioner or Judge Pro Tem. Nobody wants to second my motion, it's going to die.
Second the motion. I'll save you. Is there, I guess nobody wants to pull anything at this time? So we're approving.
Excuse me, sir, Commissioner, I'd like to pull D.
I'm sorry?
D
D.
on consent agenda. I just want some explanation on that.
Okay. Anything else? Anyone else? Anything else? So we're going to go ahead right now and motion to approve A through C, and then E through O. And so the motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Hang on. Well, since you placed the motion, somebody has to second it because it was.
I made the motion, he seconded it.
But you said for the whole thing, then we pulled the item D.
Oh, okay, except D. Then just amend the motion to pull D. Thank you, that's a good correction. So my motion would be all but item D.
Second.
Good catch.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Okay, we'll go back to D. Commissioner Hernandez.
I just want some explanation on this motion here. Special motion, regular list, special motions list, Lakewood and Andrews and Newman, special motions list, American Rescue Plan Act. Who can give me some explanation there?
That would be me, sir.
Okay.
What is your question regarding them?
Well, can you explain it to me?
What was it?
We have special motions that are submitted to Commissioners Court. There is a list
Are
of.
you including all of them? Or what, all the special motions?
Yes. However, Commissioners Court has asked us previously to pull certain items and have them reported on a separate list. And so at the request of Commissioners Court, we have created additional lists for those special motions. They all used to be one lump list, and then we were requested to break out LAN, we were requested to break out ARPA, we were requested to break out Haggerty. Bank of America gets pulled out as well. And so each of those special items has their own
Okay,
list.
they've been done individually.
Yes, they're
Okay.
individually, and they were all attached individually to the agenda.
Okay.
So there was a separate list and backup for each of the name.
I understand now.
All right.
Thank you.
So I got a question now that he brought that up. The American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, so we had since then, we're saying how much are we providing from the ARPA funds? Is that what we're saying here?
No, sir. This is just the one payment that we're making out of ARPA that's coming back to court for approval. It appears to be from Odessa Pumps and Equipment
for 2 new diesel-powered pumps with trailers. It's a total of equipment purchased by Public Works of $108,956 collectively.
Well, that kind of clears it. Had a little bit more there, would have been fine, you know.
I'm sorry?
You can identify it a little bit more, because I really didn't know the ARPA funds, what kind of funds we're using and for what, you know.
Okay, so that was the ARPA funds. It was previously approved by Commissioners Court on April 26th of 2023, and it's all included in the backup with the backup to the list for the ARPA attachment. And it has been approved by Mr. Pimentel.
Okay, no problem, okay. All right, Commissioner, you want to go ahead and make a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve. Yes, sir. Second.
Motion moved and second, and we approve item number D. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, we go into, we move into the regular agenda. Is there any, any motion for discussion and second? Any second? So, we're at the regular agenda number 1, right? So agenda A, item 1, is to discuss and consider approval of interlocal agreement between City of Corpus Christi, Nueces County, City of Driscoll, related to Consolidated Emergency Dispatch Center Service, Metrocom. So I don't know whose item that is, and so what?
Commissioner, Captain White's here in case you need to
Okay.
answer any questions.
Whose item is that?
Commissioners, thank you. This is Chief White. Do y'all have any questions on the proposal?
I've got one.
Yes, sir.
A while back, I heard in the news where they were having problems with the response time. Are we talking about the 911 call?
Response time for like units arriving, or
Yes. Emergency units.
that would be separate from 911. We're talking about receiving the call, putting the call into the system, and dispatching. With how quickly the units arrive and how backlogged they are, Metrocom has no control over that.
Okay.
I think the Metrocom mostly with your dispatchers. So
Yes, that's our 911 call taking and our dispatching. And we've been 911 call taking dispatching for Driscoll for close to, I think, 12 years now. And this is just a renewal of the agreement that we have with them.
to continue it?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So is there a motion?
Make a motion.
Second?
We moved and second that we're going to continue the agreement with the city and Nueces County and City of Driscoll. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Say motion, aye, nay.
Thank you, sir.
Item number 2, discuss and consider amending Nueces County Property Assess Clean Energy PACE Program Report and correspondence forms to update the model program documents to allow participants with the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is HUD, and or Federal Housing Administration, multifamily housing projects to utilize the Nueces County PACE program. This is County Attorney. Is this something for you, Jeannie?
This is a contract we have. It is a legally sufficient contract that has been viewed by our office. As to the content of that, I believe there was a speaker who mentioned he wanted to talk to the court.
Commissioners, my name's Dub Taylor with the Texas PACE Authority based in Austin, Texas, and we administer the PACE program for the county. When the county originally created the program a number of years ago, there was a report that describes how the program works, and then there's associated documents. Those have been updated, and for your consideration today, to include language that the FHA required for any HUD finance properties to use PACE. So that's essentially the change that's before you today. The program we've had a number of inquiries from property owners in the county We've done workshops. We worked with a number of property owners individually, and we believe that next month in Corpus, there will be a new multifamily project that will utilize PACE that's being developed by a property owner that has done similar multifamily projects at Rockport post-Harvey for new rental properties. So we'll be happy to report that in the next couple of months, we believe, as a new application. But today before you are just conforming changes to these documents to include language that HUD required.
I've got one question.
Yes, sir.
How many years have you been doing this for the county?
The county adopted PACE in late 2016, December of 2016, and so we have operated the program since then.
Okay, thank you.
Anything, other questions? Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second? Motion second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Thank you, sir, for being here. Appreciate it. Discussing, number three, A3 will be discuss and consider appointing Nueces County Committee to negotiate a proposed licensing agreement with Yobi Park related to potential modification and licensing of the ballpark at the Richard M. Borchert Regional Fairgrounds and related matters.
Commissioner, we could move that further down the agenda. They haven't arrived from Houston yet to give a presentation, if that's possible, sir.
Put a hold on. Okay, thank you, Edward. Number four, A4 will be discussed and consider approval of request for a dune protection permit for the renewal of replacement on an existing dune walkover at Emerald Row, Mustaine Island, Nueces County, Texas. This is Commissioner Chesney.
Is Scott here, Cross? Do we need to do anything? Okay.
I think Christine is on her way.
Is Christine on her way?
Yeah, she said she was almost here, so I don't know if you want to.
I mean, we can do it. I think we're fine to go. I mean, do y'all want to?
We're not Admiral's Road.
Right, I know, that's what I'm saying, so, let me wait, Commissioner, let's wait till Christine gets here, I just want to make sure, what?
Yeah, put a hold, come back.
I know Stephanie's on, but I want to make sure that staff on both of these say that they're, I know they're okay, but I always like to have staff say they're okay also, that I'm not just misrepresenting staff's position. So if we could just wait a few minutes and someone call Christine and make sure she's on her way, or get a hold of Scott.
We'll come back.
I thought one of them was going to be here. 3 and 4, Judge, or Commissioner.
3 and 4?
Yeah, if y'all don't mind, just on the other one too, if y'all don't mind until Christine gets here.
You mean 4 and 5?
3 is the baseball.
Sorry, 4 and 5. My bad. 4 and 5.
Okay. All right, agenda item number 6. Discuss and consider authorizing requests for funding for the $2,213,000 from the Nueces County Hospital District for public health services and activities for fiscal year 23-24. Is anybody here? Whose agenda item this was?
Commissioner, this agenda item was tabled last time. It was requested to provide more backup, more information about this agenda. So I'm added, it's just the $2,313,000 for the programs that, so this money that is going to be requested to the hospital district is to help with the health department services that we have right now, Commissioner, the Calderon building. Also for the staff that we have, the Calderon building, the 2 positions that we have, and to cover also the mobile.
This is the annual fee that we do every year? Is this part of the annual fee?
That's correct, Commissioner, yeah. And so this is just to get permission from the court to go before the board at the hospital district to make this request. The board, they're going to be meeting next week on Tuesday, June 27 at noon.
Okay. Do I hear a motion on this?
So move.
Second.
Moved in Commissioner Hernandez, second by Commissioner Amades. Is there any discussion? No discussion, in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Same sign, nay. No, I'm sorry, I said it the wrong way. My bad. Okay, agenda number 7, to be discussed and consider approving charity care funding release of $1,956,147.25. And they go to the penny, huh? Deposit to Nueces County from the Texas Health and Human Services Commission, according to the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District Cooperative Agreement Amendment in 2022. And I think this is the one that they
HHSC, yeah.
submitted the payment to Nueces County instead of the health district.
That's correct, Commissioner. The health department, they work on this report. Used to be what it was called before the waiver. Now it's different. It's a charity care. It's a new program. And then, and you can see the backup. Everything it was submitted by the health department. It was just like the funds were transferred to the county, but they belong to the health department.
Right.
So we just requesting, as you said, it was deposited on March 28th. And we just requesting if the court approves just to transfer the funds where it belongs to the health department.
Put it where it belongs, huh? So, do I hear a motion for that?
So move.
Second.
Motion second, to hear any discussion, motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Item number 8, discuss and consider approval of Haggerty Consulting, Inc. outstanding invoices for infrastructure investments and job act, IIJA, and any related matters. This is something that the ARPA Fund Director has been working on. Jeff? Oh, there you are.
Yes, sir. I'm here, Commissioner.
Okay, man. Jeff, you want to go ahead and give us a little, a little enlightenment on this thing here, where we at? I know you and I have gone with this thing for a while now, too, in Lulu, and I don't know what the outcome finally came up to after we met several times. So,
Yes, sir. That's correct. Basically, this item, there's 2 different invoices attached to it. One of the items is basically invoicing us for work Haggerty allegedly did on obtaining grants for the county. But if you'll look at it, and the other documentation that's attached to it, these grants are mainly grants that would help school districts and water districts. They really don't benefit Nueces County per se. So number 1, they're off target on this. Number 2, this was never discussed, to my knowledge, at least not recently, with this administration, with anyone here in Nueces County. We've talked to the different departments, and no one has any knowledge of Haggerty contacting them and talking about these supposed grants that are out there. So that's one thing.
Was this signed by the last administration by any chance?
It may have been. I honestly don't have any personal knowledge of that. I do know that the point of contact in the prior administration was the former judge. What conversations she had with Haggerty, I'm not aware of, so I really can't speak to that. However, if you'll look at these things, like I said, that the first one has to do with the grants. The second invoice, the one for $600, has to do with documentation that they claim that they provided per request from our office, from the county attorney's office. Well, there's several problems with that, in our opinion. One of which is, I don't think they should be charging us for documentation that we're due. One. Secondly, this is a work authorization for IIJA. It doesn't even fit in this category. It's in the wrong category. They're building in the wrong category. So for numerous reasons, Commissioners and Commissioners Court, We're recommending that both of these be rejected and not paid.
Okay, so the request I thought I had was to table. Now you're just going and making the request of not pay them?
Right.
Did I get that request wrong?
I'm not aware of that, Commissioner.
Okay.
I just was speaking to the facts. Yes, sir.
No, it's fine. I thought that was what y'all want to do, but that's fine. I make the motion to reject these invoices.
I'm going to deny payment as well. I'm still concerned about when we talked to Haggerty at one time, and we asked them questions, and they didn't want to respond to us. Their only response to us was they only answered to the former county judge. So to me, that was not a good response. So, no, I'm not agreeing to pay for this.
So you want to second that, Commissioner?
Is there a motion? Yeah. Yeah, I second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
And one question.
Discussion, Commissioner?
Yes, Commissioner. And I was kind of referenced the previous administration, but there was the invoice was February of 2023.
Yes, sir, Commissioner, and actually, that's another point. They sent all this information that you're looking at right here. I believe of March 7th, they put it in the Dropbox. Their contract ended February 24th of 2023. So this is after the fact as well.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Well, but hold on a second. Just to clarify this up, though, the time frame in which they're billing us for is 11/26/22 through 12/30 of 22.
That's accurate, but we didn't get this information
right.
until March.
John, just so I think that was a little, I know we didn't get it till March, but they're claiming that it was during times back in 22.
That's accurate.
Any other discussion?
That is it. Call.
All in favor of the motion to, sorry, Commissioner, want to make the motion again?
Just to deny payment was based on county attorneys and the ARPA manager's advice to deny payment of these invoices.
Second.
No, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion passed.
Mr. Scott Cross is here, and they're ready to go back if that's okay.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Lulu.
Thank you all. Thank you, Jeff, Lulu. Good job. Good job. Okay, I see Scott in the back. So we're going to go back to number 4 and 5 on the regular agenda.
Oh, okay. I'm ready if y'all are.
We're waiting for you.
Okay, so the Admiral's Road dune permit, that's ready to go. That's been vetted extensively. We took it to BMAC. We've sent out public notices of adjacent property owners 3 times now. We've actually had meetings with the GLO and the engineer and the applicant, and so this thing is ready to go. I recommend approval.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Same sign. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. About number 5?
Number 5, that's a permit. That's the applicant had an unpermitted violation on his property, and that is also the mitigation plan that's before you now. That's also been vetted and put together in accordance with what the GLO wanted to see. So that one's ready to go.
And this meets all the legal requirements of the mitigation that is required. And
Exactly.
as you said, the GLO's vetted this, and they've signed off on this, and everything's good to go. Motion to approve.
Second.
The motion and a second to approve. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Apologize for being late. I've never seen y'all move this fast.
Okay. Time's changing, man. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Sorry.
Aye.
Same sign. Opposed, same sign. So, motion passed. Okay, number 9, go back to the regular agenda item number 9. We discuss and consider method of procurement, RFP, request for proposals for employee benefit management and consulting services. Authorize the person agent to publish a notice and adopt an order delegating evaluation authority to a selection committee. And Commissioner Montes was here.
Yeah, we have Michael here just to talk more about the item, that this is just an RFP for the consulting services that we have. It's an opportunity to open up the process. Been 20-something years since we've had this get out to the street, and so everyone is available to apply for it and to bid for it. And so
20 years?
That's the way I've understood it. We've had that consultant for 20-plus years. So.
Who do we?
So, Michael.
For 20 years? For 20 years?
It's Tomas Duran's.
Okay, not 20, I'm sorry.
No. He's not been here 20 years.
Not 20, 15.
He was done after,
15 or
no, he
17.
was hired after we got here.
No, 15 or 17, like 08, 07, somewhere in there.
I don't think that's right either.
Yeah, it was. He was here with
Oh,
Lloyd.
he was here? Oh, we renewed it. He was here when
Here with Lloyd.
He was here under Lloyd, I believe.
Barbara. He was here now.
10, 12?
2002, in 2000, he was here already.
07, 08. So I was just doing
Yeah, he's
20
been
to
on
round up.
Okay. No, that's fine. I just didn't think it was 20. But
15, 17, something like that. I don't have a calculator.
Yeah, so Tomas Duran's contract is a personal services contract.
Right.
So just to let the court know that his contract is set to expire like it is every year at September 30. And usually Commissioners Court Administration will bring a recommendation for contract renewal annually to the court to vote on. And then, but I just want to let y'all know, this proposal is from Commissioner Morris, requesting that we go out for RFP, but I want to let you know you have multiple methods you can choose to utilize to hire a new consultant if you wish to.
But the way that this is, let's be accurate though.
Yeah, I'm just being.
No. Hold on.
Sure.
This is not my item. On behalf of the insurance committee, which I've been charged with by the county judge, I've spoken to the judge who gave me the authority to do what's needed for the betterment of the health benefits for this county. So this is not my item. Okay?
It's okay. I mean,
And
it's
the way
okay.
that this,
That's right.
No.
It's okay.
Hold
Just you
on.
put it on. It's okay.
Hold on. No. And the timing on this is that every year that we have this come up, it's tied at the same time that we can never, ever produce a new health insurance plan. The timing is off. That's why we're doing this now, commissioners. Because if we wait, we get caught in the cycle where we have to renew and we have to do this at the same time. So
it's totally fine. I just didn't think it was 20 years. That's all I brought up.
06, so 17
No,
years.
it's okay. So then what are, there's alternate methods?
So just to let the court know, if you choose to hire an individual to provide the service to the court, you can hire them under a personal services contract, and you're not required to go out for RFP. But an RFP is an approved method also. There's different ways depending on what direction the court wants to take with this.
But this is a doesn't he do it under his company? So
No, he's an individual.
He is an individual?
Yeah, if you want to hire someone who works for a company, then the RFP method is the correct method to choose.
So, like if a company wanted to apply, then we'd have to do the RFQ. RFP. If we wanted to do it just as individuals. So, but individuals could apply under this as well, right?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
anybody, like
Independent.
Mr. Duran can reapply, or
Sure.
whoever can reapply.
Whoever wants to
So
can
this
apply
is-
to that method. That works for anyone who wants to participate.
So this is probably the better catch-all in the sense that it allows more people to apply.
I think the RFP is the most fair method to provide wide open competition for the position.
Okay. And then who?
And so are you aiming towards who the selection committee would be?
Yeah, I was just looking.
So in the order, it's got the Commissioners Court Administration Manager, Director of Human Resources, and the County Auditor.
And
How many is that, Michael?
3.
Are you saying, Mike, are you saying the county auditor is Dale or county auditor is Lisa?
well, their representative.
Whatever the point.
Yeah, it would traditionally be Dale.
Right. And then who who would be someone who, we can't put anybody on the court anymore. I'm just trying to think, who would be someone that's more insurance knowledgeable in the county on a staff situation that handles, would there be someone suggested on that one maybe too? I don't know if risk management does that.
The only one closest to this particular line of business is myself, and I'm not on any selection committees. I'll be participating as a facilitator of the meeting.
Well, and the reason I'm asking on this one is because this is a hard topic for me, right? And I've done this now a long time, and this insurance stuff gets really complex, and so I'm not trying to be in any way, shape, or form not saying that the people that you've suggested are not good, because that's not what I'm saying, but to have someone on this particular committee with a level of expertise related, I think, going to help make a better selection, and I don't know who that is. And so I don't have a problem with the concept. Whoever's idea it is, that's great. It doesn't matter if it was your John or judges. I don't care.
What about Mr. Timothy? Do you have any knowledge, sir, in insurance?
He is already.
He'll be on there.
He is part of that.
He's already?
Yeah.
He's already in the committee.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in the committee, and he has under his department the benefits position.
No, I get it. I'm
The-
just,
yeah,
There was a lady that worked there, Linda Moen. Didn't she handle insurance?
that's correct.
Is she already retired, or she wanted to retire? She retired?
She retired,
right.
yes, sir.
I'm just looking for a little more expertise. I think, and I'm not trying to, I don't know how much experience Dale has with insurance, or respectfully, or IDA, and I don't mean that rudely. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to find some committee members that might have more expertise.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
each of
looking
us
for.
are basically have some exposure to this, but no one of us has the whole picture besides Tomas.
Yeah, that's.
What you cannot.
And I'm fine that with Mr. Salih on there. I think he's got it, but I mean, so I'm not. I'd like to just.
You want to say something, Mr. Saleh?
Figure out how we could.
Yes, sir. I have significant experience in insurance benefit plans.
No, you're good,
and
but
options.
the other two don't. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not being mean or anything. The other two don't. You do, and that means we have one that does and the other two that don't.
Yes, sir.
So that means it all falls on you. No, I don't know who to put on this committee. I think the HR director is great. I'm just not sure that the correct committee for this one is the county manager and the auditor, because they just don't have that expertise. And
I mean, we know about it. We don't know the details, We rely, when we have questions, I do rely a lot on TAC. We have the questions about benefits. They're a great resource.
And this is going to be mainly scoring. I mean, unfortunately, the policy we have in place, I think, is a bad policy, and I voted for it, so I'm going to say it was a bad policy. I mean, I know what the intent was, to try to remove the politics out of this, but, and I'm not saying, like, I want another meeting, like I want another hole in the head, so I'm not saying I want to be there. But I've been on city, CCISD Insurance Committee, been on committee here with Judge Neal, under Judge Canales, and now Judge Scott. We need, I think, somebody at that level. It could be maybe another department head. Maybe, I don't want to volunteer, but, someone like that at a high level that manages a lot of employees, that maybe kind of gets it. I think Mr. Saleh as a lead will be great. Michael guiding them will be fine. It's just gathering the information. It's not like it's subjective, like they get to pick their preference. They're just going to come up with a grading rubrics, pretty much, Michael, right, and they're going to say, now score it. Now that does become a little subjective, but it's pretty much yes or no on those responses. Do you check off yes? I mean, are you a one-person firm or plus one? You may have to check yes or no on that. I mean, there's not too much give to it. Is that right, Michael?
Man, I totally disagree on that one, John. I'm sorry. This one is a hard one because because to me it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 10 or 9. I mean, this is such a different animal that I think it makes a huge difference on the scoring if you don't have a good knowledge of this insurance and how they're going to do things. And I think this one is very specialized, and I really have a hard time with not putting the right members of the committee on this one, because I think you have, and I'm great, I mean, what Michelle has won, and Michael can facilitate, but he can't score, he can't,
Yeah.
and I mean, so.
But he'll help them come up, I think, with some good guidance to follow.
Got to be careful with that. I mean, he really is not.
Yeah, I would only be there to answer any factual questions.
Yeah, he can't
No,
really
no
guide.
I can't give any opinions in my role now.
So you're telling me that the grading rubrics is all going to come from the committee itself, from Mr. Soleil and the other members?
Yeah, and we've been in that mode since December with purchasing. So every RFP that we brought before the court, purchasing has had no vote on any of those.
And I mean, how do y'all even come up with the rubric?
So we were fortunate to receive a copy of other proposal that was drafted by CCISD. So we're going to review that one. We may pull some other ones from different counties.
So what about, does it have to be someone from the county? Could we put someone could we ask somebody from CCISD or someone to help us with something like this that has expertise? Is there
The doctor from the city.
I think we can receive expert guidance, like to participate, sit in and review the materials and provide advice like we've done when we have complex engineering projects and we had engineers sit in on the meeting, but it was county officials that were responsible to supply the vote.
But I'm saying, is there anything that says we can't go outside? I'm asking if that's like a rule or a law that we couldn't, because I'm just telling you, I'm going to need a lot of help on this one, and I don't think this one is easy. I really don't. I just don't.
It's not easy. It's very multifaceted. There's a lot of things that purchasing receives from this person, but there's a ton of things that goes on between that individual and, say, individuals in the county, employees that need help with particular claims. The HR office does a lot of work with him. The auditor's office as well on the financial side. There's just it's a huge task. And,
yeah, and I just don't think this is going to be.
And this person's responsible to go and evaluate all of the potential bidders that we get or proposers for the different health services. So we're going to want someone who's in that field and with years of experience. You know, we're not going to want to be a guinea pig with someone brand new.
I can tell you how it was done years past, and maybe this is obsolete, but years past it was Mr. Runfield from the auditors, Sonny Johnson from purchasing, okay, and then there was one department head, and then there was one employee that would, do this. Sure. And you would get feedback from the employees as well, and I think having a day there, would be knowledgeable because let's face it, you got to have good common sense to begin with. It's just like if you're buying insurance for yourself. You would want the best, what is best for you and your family, right? So why not consider county employees as your family and try and get the best thing for them? Thank you.
So, Commissioners, my recommendation would be a disinterested party, such as a employment law attorney that specializes in benefit administration, to really be able to be our guide and make sure that each one of the plans that we enroll in really cover our needs, and we're assured of the legal ramifications of such policies. Something to consider.
That may be the best route, considering the policy that we have. I think, like what the Commissioner was saying, we need somebody who feels it, though. We need somebody on there that they're a direct user of the insurance plan. And we know so many don't. And I think we can make this a robust plan eventually once we get in a consultant that can look at all the options out there. So
I would suggest alternatively as well, the court does not have to delegate this authority to a selection committee.
That's a good idea, but it's a good idea, but I still am going to need a lot of help.
But just in terms of what I'm thinking of is if there's multiple individuals and you want to actually hear from them and get a feeling for, who we're signing up for, because otherwise you're just going to hear a recommendation from the committee, right? And you won't have,
Michael,
a chance to ask all those questions you may have.
Before, maybe when just Neil was here, we used to do that where they would come before us, 2 or 3 that were interested, and tell us how they're going, what kind of plan they have, what they're going to provide, so we heard it from all 3 of them.
That's
you
not
know.
a bad idea. What if
And
we didn't
then,
delegate?
you went back and, I guess, and kind of
I mean,
evaluate them on that information.
You're right, though.
And-
We
and-
don't
and-
have to delegate. We could just put it out and do it ourselves. And then maybe we bring in Mr. Salih as a reference and maybe that lawyer, but maybe not. Well, maybe we could do it with just him, answering the questions, and that's not a bad idea, Michael. I mean, I'm just not. I think I just don't. I strongly believe that this is going to require a lot of help, and I'm going to require a lot of help. I'm not saying everybody else says y'all all may get it, but maybe we just don't delegate. That's not a bad idea for now. I mean, go out for the RFP and just we decide it.
Can we change the policy, Jenny, to include, like, maybe say the judge? I mean, I would think if anyone would be.
She doesn't. I mean, but I can't speak for her, but I don't know that her background is in insurance either.
Well, I mean,
but if we all do it, John, then what would be the problem? Just delegate it. We don't delegate.
One of us. Yeah.
It's all of us.
Yeah.
No, it's all of us.
Yeah.
And we just do it. We get the proposals, and we just evaluate the proposals as a court in open. And like Joe said, they can come in and we can talk to them and
ask questions.
I don't want to do this all the time because we don't have time. But on this one, I don't.
And I'm not certain how many applicants we might get. If we perceive that there's going to be quite a few, maybe the committee can shortlist, weed out.
So,
or you. So
but
that
if we were to bring everybody forward like that, does it still RFP or does it change to something else, RF whatever, Q or RFI or?
Well, the RFP method is just how I put out a bid. That doesn't concern who the committee members are. That committee members is defined by the order.
But I'm saying if we start bringing them in and screening them that way, and it doesn't change.
In fairness to me, I'd like a little bit of time to visit with Jenny and make sure that this proposed method will be okay in terms of, I know it's okay for you not to delegate authority. That's no problem. And at that point, I could bring the RFP document to the court so you could see what's going to be in the RFP before we release it, and you can approve it of what's going to go out on the street. And then
could we just do it where we don't delegate? We do this today so we can get the ball rolling. We don't delegate the authority. You go back and talk to Jenny, and then we can decide on how we weed out later.
Sure.
I mean, is that okay? Because I think John's right. I mean, the timing on this always catches us, so this is a good thing that it's on here.
Yeah, and if we're considering this method, need to get on it right now because time is of the essence.
It's going to take a little more time.
And so the other way would be to do an RFQ and just invite people to submit, or a professional services thing. Could we do it that way without doing all this? Or I'm just trying to make sure.
Well, RFQ and RFP is going to be pretty much the same boat in terms of time it takes and how we go about selecting.
The professional services deal.
The professional services one is, that's if y'all can identify someone that you trust to do this work.
Could we do that could you do a professional services like a hybrid to where we send something out and everybody, we still accomplish what we wanted but not have to go through all this? I mean, I get on a professional services deal, it's normally we just pick one, but could we say, okay, everybody on the court submit one, and everybody, could you do it like that? I'm just trying to, because I don't want to get caught up in the timing on this. I mean, is that legal? To where we said, all right, let's do it as a professional services, and everybody on the court submit one,
like a nomination,
one person for suggestion, and we all discuss that person or persons, all five. Could we do that? I mean,
if you can pick one, then your process of picking one, I don't think you're hindered.
Right, because personal services is not required competitive bidding, so you don't have to worry about that piece.
John, what do you think about that?
I think we go with HR director and the court making the decisions. I think that should help us move fast enough. It's going to be a lot of work for us, but hey, if we're all willing to take it and then it's evened out, it's not preference to one member of the court or the other, I'm in favor of that. I think that would work.
So you don't want to do the professional services where I'll nominate? You don't like that one?
Well, the professional services is, I'm going to say, the problem. I think, this is not about Mr. Duran, right? And that's why I don't want to make it seem like it's coming from me, like I'm not happy with Mr. Duran. I think he's done a good job for us. But it's just time, I think, to put it out there. And so anytime we do professional services, there's always that opportunity, the way it's worded, if I'm correct, we can just say, here's our person. And then we just totally kind of went around this whole process that we're trying to set up, which is, let's vet them out. So,
Well, that's
is
what
that
I was
what you were
suggesting.
asking?
No, yeah, that's what I was suggesting is not going around it and just picking one, that everybody on the court nominate one, so we'd have 5 to pick from. We'd have, in other words, it'd be a faster, leaner process than having to go through all this. Jenny says we could do it. We all nominate one company, one person, whatever, and then we bring those 5 in.
If you're gonna nominate a company, it won't work.
Okay, person,
Yeah.
fine.
If it has to be an individual who's capable of contracting by themselves with the county.
So
if you're trying to pursue
for time's
personal
sake,
services.
can we move forward and approve the RFP right now and then come back later, maybe at the next meeting? Give us enough time to answer any questions or any policy questions, mainly between you and between legal, between Jenny and her team. Can we do that as far as just support moving forward on the RFP today and then pick?
Yeah, I think giving us that guidance
later?
will be good. And what I'd like to do is if we make changes to the document itself, we'll bring that back on the next court just to record it into the record.
Can we get that on the next agenda then? Make sure that hopefully if this passes right now, the RFP, then we come back and we pick the committee at the next meeting.
Let's make it into a motion. We've got to make it a motion.
Yes, sir.
We just
So a
can't
motion
tell-
to approve the RFP and to place on the next agenda, selecting a committee.
Oh, we're not going to do I thought we wanted to do the committee with us and Salih, you just said. I thought you just said that was it.
Well, I mean, it gives us time because I really do, I think in some, I get what the concept was as far as policy, and I don't want to put it on the policy, but before we were able to kind of pick specialty, I think maybe there's even a chance that we can pick an employee, someone from management. There's all kinds of options, but maybe if we just give ourselves, we meet again on the 12th. So it's a little bit of time, but we can at least pick the committee then. Let us vet it ourselves, right? We may want to put ourselves, maybe we just feel the 5 we have up here is good enough, along with HR, and we go there. But it gives us some time to say if there is somebody out there that we want to pick, we can maybe come up with some suggestions to do that.
Okay, but that just means we can't go out. That does delay
No, we can still start the RFP. That's the main part, isn't it?
Well, I could start writing the RFP, the documents. I can't release it out to the public until we get that settled.
Yeah, until the order has the committee in it, we're not official, right?
Yes.
Sometimes to me it's more effective when they're going to stand in front of you telling you what they're going to do, what they're going to provide.
I really like that. I like that.
Because, I tell you what, you can hold them to the T if they don't, on the line and bring them back and say, I thought you said you were going to do this, you're going to do that. And so sometimes it's good to know what they're giving you, what they promise they're going to do, and rather than just a contract that we never saw. But anyway, that's, to me, I just like the fact that they come before us so they can be part of us when we make the decisions, and
I agree. I'm just telling you that committee's going to be a waste of time for me because I'm going to redo everything that the committee's going to want to do. So, and because I'm not knowledgeable enough on this, and as much as I've tried, and as much as I've done this, and as much as so I don't want to waste the committee's, an outside committee's time when I'm going to want to bring everything back into the court anyway. So that's all I was trying to come up with was just do it with the court doing it and do the RFP and put the committee as us. But if you want to wait on the committee, that's fine. But I'm just telling you I'm not going to change between now and July 12th. But that's I'm just one vote. So if nobody else wants to do it that way, then I can be outvoted and I don't get my feelings hurt. I move on.
I withdraw my motion, make a motion that we approve the RFP and select the Commissioners Court.
Just don't delegate. Wouldn't delegate.
And Commissioners Court as the selection committee with assistance and direction from Mr. Saleh.
Would he be just part of the committee, right? Or he would, or
Well,
how would we do that?
You're part of the 5 to make the decision.
Okay. He would be our advisor.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, y'all are the voting members.
He would be the
Dennis
advisor.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, John, you got the motion?
Yes, I hope that was the right
You got
motion.
it? Did you get it?
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Myers, second by Commissioner Chesney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
It's a good item, John. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it.
Motion passed. Go to number 10, agenda item number 10, discuss and consider authorizing payment of $4,167 to Nueces County Drainage District. Number 2, for the City of Driscoll Drainage Improvement Project. I think Commissioner Myers, this was something you had put in there?
Well, it's obviously, this is, Driscoll is now in Commissioner Hernandez's precinct, but when it was in mine, I had supported the Drainage District in a project that they did for the City of Driscoll. So this is just catching up with the invoice that had been presented to us back in 2021 and had not been paid. So it's just a formality to get it paid.
So instead of you,
And it coming, I believe, should be coming out of my funds. Is that correct?
I hope
so
so.
instead of you
Yeah,
paying
should
for it,
be.
Commissioner.
I'm saying it's
so instead
okay.
of you paying for it,
No, no,
Commissioner-
it's coming from my
Commissioner
funding.
Hernandez going to pay for it?
No, 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 it's coming from my funds, yes.
Okay. Funding sources will be precinct 3, right? Precinct 3 will be the funding source.
Yes, sir.
From your special revenue fund,
For
sir?
special revenue.
All right, thank you.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion moved, second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting, budget workshops, dates, and related matters. And I think July 10th and 13th are marked for budget. Is that correct? 80?
Yes, sir.
July the 10th and July 13th, are those for budget?
Oh, that's correct, Commissioner. So today we have just 13 departments that they want to go come before the court to discuss. So we had 2 days so far. So July the 10th and the 13th. Since we have just not that many departments, I don't know if the court just wished to have just one day for the workshops, Commissioners.
Okay, wait. Yeah, I'm trying to look. Hold on. Okay, so.
Because we had it scheduled on a Monday and a Thursday. And we had
Correct.
court
And we
on
had
a
court on Wednesday. That's correct.
I'd like to try to squeeze it down to one day. if
That's
possible.
why I would recommend, because we don't have that many departments, and just, so which day would you like to? We have the Monday and the Thursday.
Monday and Thursday,
We have the 10th and Thursday, the 13th.
I would say Thursday for me, anybody else, whatever. I mean, whatever, a majority, I don't care. Thursday be fine.
That's fine. And so the motion would be to cancel the July 10th meeting and put everything on July 13th.
For a budget.
For budget workshop. Sorry.
Second.
Department workshop.
That was a motion, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Second?
Excuse me, Commissioners. I think that Dale might be out of the office that day. I mean, if you don't mind me sitting in his place.
You said you're just as good.
Thank you.
Has Dale been gone?
Thank
Better-
you.
Better tell Dale he better hurry back. No, I'm kidding.
He should be back Monday.
I got you.
Okay.
Welcome
So
him back.
we got it covered, okay?
Okay, yes. All right.
Okay, and I will tell you that the interesting part about that is going to be, I'm anxious to see what those budget workshops look like after we get our numbers, because
That's
it's
correct.
going to be real interesting to see if anybody wants to come make a presentation if the numbers are as bad as we think they are. So we might not have the need for budget workshops at all, but I don't say that lightly either. That's going to be an interesting budget, to say the least.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now, as far as the discussion on considered upcoming court meeting, so we're using the July 13th.
I don't know if we voted.
Oh, voted already?
And Commissioner, just to point out, I don't know if from the Health Department, they would like if the court can have a special meeting to address the budget. I believe that,
I don't know.
so it's a request from the Health Department because the next agreement is due for July 1st. for the one for we're going to request the funds before the the hospital district. So they want to know if the court is going to agree to with the 1.8 million that they're requesting.
Well, and again, I'm meeting with, I'm sure, I think she's been requesting meetings for all of us. I'm meeting with the health director on Friday, but I don't know how we can do that.
Yeah, and that's my concern, because we don't even know yet until we're going to get the funds for the hospital district. So that's step number one, go before the hospital district, right? Because that's what the court use the funds to pay to the health department.
My deal what I talked about, I don't think we can do it sooner than the 12 meeting. We just need to see what we have and what we got.
I totally agree, but I just voicing the request from the health department.
And it's the same, I mean, I don't know how, and I don't know if the hospital district, how they're going to be affected, or if they're going to be affected by this upcoming potential shortfalls.
That's correct.
Because I think they are countywide, and if these appraisals with the fight between the appraisal district and the refineries, that's got to affect their budget. So I'm kind of curious as to
we
when
don't
they see
know
their
until
numbers, if they're going to want to
That's
agree
correct.
to this. Like, so I'm a little. I've never been in a budget like this, potentially, like never, and I've done a lot of budgets for city and county, and I've never seen anything like this potentially. So I'm a little leery about approving anything that's an increase of anything until we get those certified.
No, that's
right?
correct, yeah. We don't even know how the hospital district is going to request. I don't know what they're going to say on the 27th, and we don't know what the values are going to be next month when we have those values.
I think we just need to stick to the 12 meeting and see what happens.
Right, because I don't want to. I mean, I'm not trying to be obstinate.
So right now, the meetings we're looking at July 13th for budget and the regular meeting for the July 12th.
That's correct.
So July 12th and 13th, right?
Oh, should we do it the 10th then? Since we want to go date, we want to go back. I forgot about back to back. We have a meeting on the 12th. You want to go 12th and 13th, or okay, all right.
Well, either way, we do the 10th will be the same thing, right?
Well, it'll be a day in between, but it's fine. Whatever. I'm okay.
Whatever you want to do. Whatever you hear a motion.
I'm okay. Whatever. If that works
So
for
move.
everybody.
Yeah, we already have a second.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, you,
But do we include the 12th and 13th?
yes.
Okay.
Well, the 12th.
You canceled July 10th.
And did
Right.
Did
We
we
have
vote on
the
that?
12th and the 13th.
12, 13.
12 is the regular meeting and 13 is the budget meeting.
Right. Did we
Okay.
vote on that? On the motion?
No,
Okay.
we haven't voted on it. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carried.
Are we doing the?
Edward, are they here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we go back to item number 3.
Wait.
And it says here, discuss and consider appointing Nueces County Committee to negotiate a proposed licensing agreement with Yobi Park related to potential modification and licensing of the ballpark in the Richard M. Borchert Regional Fairgrounds and related matters.
So Commissioners, we've been meeting with Leon McLaughlin, from the president of Yobi Park, and with Commissioner Mares, and with a group of us to kind of figure out what is the best avenue or how are we going to roll with this. So we brought Mr. McLaughlin today with a presentation so that he can give you a brief preview of what we're looking at and what we're looking forward to. Mr. McLaughlin.
So is this? But I mean, I just got handed something that says it's confidential, so I'm kind of confused.
The version that's going to be on the screen is an older version, so they're fine with that. That's the newer version that they don't want released.
Okay, well, so.
And should we have this, Jenny?
Why do we have it?
Yeah, I don't.
This proprietary, I mean, do we want it?
I'm going to give this back because I don't want this getting out inadvertently. So I'm going to. Yeah. D, if you, I don't know where these I don't want the confidential one. And maybe in closed session or something if we need to do it, but I don't want there to be any doubt of that something got out that we got it out. We don't want to do that to you.
You're going to watch the old one.
Good morning to you. Thank you for having us here as Ed said to you earlier, my name is Leon McLaughlin. I'm the president of Yield
Wait,
Ball.
could you pause,
I'm
please?
sorry.
We just lost a quorum, not your fault.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
I'm Leon McLaughlin from Yield Ball Yard Incorporated. We're a Houston-based company. And as he discussed earlier, we have been meeting and talking about the potential for your area over there about the Richard Borchardt Stadium. And the idea is because you all know baseball contracted a lot of the things that reference to minor league teams. And when it did, it left cities and counties with some properties that are assets that are sitting there but not being used. And we're a company that is looking at that kind of thing, to take that thing, to put it into something that is useful and a money-making venture for your county. As we look at what we have presented to you is a basic thing of a proposal. Now, this thing is really moved, and I apologize to the court for our being here late, because I thought we were supposed to be at 10, not at 9. If we had known we would be at 9, we would have been at 9. I didn't know that. But from looking at what we have proposed to you now is the idea to look at this to determine if there's a possibility of revitalizing your area by putting the Yobi Park facility there to do those things for you that what you're looking to do. And then we got into this thing a little bit late because I found out about this facility, and I said, wait a minute, if there's a facility down there that they're being sitting there and has been sitting there for some period of time that's not permanently being used, why not look at it and try to remodel that facility and make it into what we are trying to do? We're looking at building a new one of these facilities in our colony right outside of Houston, as opposed to building from a stadium. When I looked at your stadium, I said, let's look at it and see if there are possibilities. We looked at it, and there are some possibilities. What we had given out to you was some of the proposed things that we possibly could do with it and make it work. I also apologize to the court for the information that was let out about a couple, 3 weeks ago. I did not know that we were going to jump the gun that fast in terms of being out on the news and that kind of thing. I didn't really realize that was happening, but it did. So now persons in the area know about the possibility. But this is a thing that, as I said in our meeting at that time, we do not have an agreement. We do not have anything other than a hope to look at a facility and try to develop that facility into something that you can use for your area. As you look at what we have put together, and I don't know how to move this thing, or should I move it, or is it moved by somebody else? To the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. You can go to the next slide. Okay. As you see, what we have here, this is just something to show you as the way as a possibility of doing it, and you can go on to the next slide as well. Go to the next slide. That's just some of right there, what is the possibility of doing with this. We take some of the stadium seats, and then we put a covering there, and they have those bays there. Go to the next slide. And that's the composite there of the 36 bays, and then you can go on to the next slide, okay? And this is our vision in terms of the way it will look, one on top of the other one. You got one on the bottom, one on the second, and the reason being because you have the stadium seats that are already there. And what we have, what I've given to you, and I don't want to get into detail on that because you said not to bring out, is that it will see the detail, how those things are actually meshed in together. So go to the next slide then. And that's the end of it, because basically our goal is to revitalize that area and make it into a promising area that can give you some income and bring some other things to the area. We believe that Yobi Park is a facility that can do that. And as you look at what we've done, Yobi Park is taken off a proven model. That is Topgolf. Topgolf is a model that you all have heard of that really focuses on golf. We're focusing on baseball, softball, hitting a batted ball from a tee, and a person can go. And in fact, I thought about it, if we had had the facility already built, I would invite you gentlemen out and let's get some of your frustration out on the ball. But since we don't have that yet, we can't do it. But that would be the idea, to come out there that you could hit the ball and then take some frustration out on that ball and hit a home run or hit a double or triple or whatever it is. But it would be recorded as you hit the ball. There it is being recorded as to what you did. You got a single, you got a double, you got a triple, you got a home run. And as you go through it, the scores are there. and it determines where it is, and you can do that, a little kid, older person, like anybody, a lady, female, whatever, it doesn't matter. But that's the idea, to have a facility that brings that there, brings food, brings drinks, and give you fun and family entertainment. It's a family fun destination. That's the purpose of this. Any questions, gentlemen?
So how do we plan to build this thing?
We plan to take what you already have and remodel what you have already.
And where do we get the remodeling fund?
We will provide the remodeling funds.
So you're saying you bring in how much to the table?
We bring in the dollars to the table. At this point, I don't know the exact figure on the dollars because we have not determined that this is the one that we want to use in the final plan to do it. But basically, we're looking at about $7 million to remodel that. We don't want to go past $7 million to do that.
Okay, I'll open up the discussion. So anybody else got anything you want to say?
I have a question.
Sure, sir.
How did you come to find out about our facilities?
I found out about this facility from a person who used to work in this area down here, and he was working in Houston and Fort Bend County, and I was looking at the Fort Bend County area for a possible putting facility, and he was telling me about this place that had one here. I had also looked at facilities across the country that there are stadiums that are vacant quite a few places. And he just confirmed that this one was right here, looking at the possibility, and that's why I just went and looked at it closer, because you were closer to Houston. But there are a lot of other facilities across the United States that we're looking at as well.
Is there a way we can know this person's name, or is that?
If you like, the person that gave me that information, I find his name going with me, but he did work in your county as the economic development person, and he's in Fort Bend County now.
Economic development. I don't know who that would be.
But your stadium is on a list of vacant stadiums that's across the country, and that was it.
So what are you asking the county? What
I'm asking for the county to allow us an opportunity to look at and to develop more plans for this, and then come back to you and present our proposal to you that where we can develop this for you.
How about funding? Do we have to put any funding?
No, you will not have to put any funding.
So, and I guess this is a Michael or an Edward or someone. How do we? I don't know how we do this with just one person. Should we not have put out RFQs or RFPs? Or I'm a little caught off guard by this one. And I mean, I guess usually we wouldn't want to spend a lot of staff and time if we didn't know where the funding source was coming from and things of that nature. So it's a great concept. I'm just trying to figure out how it would.
Well, Commissioner, what we've been using is the licensing agreement model, like the one that we use over there at the swimming pool, Parker Pool. So we come up, we vet whoever is looking for them. There's not that many people looking for an empty ball field stadium. And we vet them, and we choose them essentially, and that's how we go through the process. So through this model, this allows us to be able to assure ourselves. I mean, the committee's not once it's established, it's not going to end up with a resolution that we end up, yes, giving it to them. It's just we want to explore the opportunity to see the financing, the funding, what's going to take, or what are the modifications that are going to be made to the stadium. We've got an idea, but we don't know what the modifications are going to be made to the stadium. The time length of the actual agreement as well are all these things that are in play. With this instrument, the way that we do the licensing agreements, we're able to choose that. And now that the word's gotten out, everybody may have a different idea as far as how to do this same project, and that's the only other thing.
Okay, so, and to me, this brings about a bigger picture conversation that I've thrown out before that we haven't had, which is, do we even keep this ballpark and not, knock it down and repurpose the land? And so I don't want to we haven't had that conversation as a court because it's an uncomfortable conversation. And unfortunately now it comes up because this project has come before, because I don't want to waste this nice man's time. If this court's going to look at doing something completely different, I don't want to waste staff's time if we don't have, if there's not a specific amount of funds available, and what I'll reference is my really horrible experience with the old courthouse, where we had this great fun. We thought we had all this mechanism and it was going to be great and wonderful, and they didn't have any. That they didn't end up coming up with the funds. And I'm not suggesting. I'm sure they can come up with the funds, but right now there's not funding available. So I don't want to go through all that and spend a year of everybody's time, and then we decide we're going to, because that's pretty valuable land out there that if you repurposed it, meaning, and there isn't much use for it right now. I mean, let's call it like it is. I don't know, the baseball, nobody's even renting it for baseball stadiums anymore. I mean, it's sitting there doing nothing. I mean, we may just need to tear that thing down and repurpose the land. So I don't want to waste his time, their time, your time, our time, because we haven't had that big picture conversation on what we really want to do with that area. And we've also got some other land out there. I mean, that could, if you knocked all that down and made all that vacant land again, what could you do with that? So I just don't want to waste their time without. Now, if they came in and said, "Hey, we got $7 million in the bank, we're ready to go," okay, that's a different deal. But I wouldn't. I mean, that's not a realistic expectation either. So.
Well, the thing is, I can't answer for the court, so I don't know.
Well, but I mean, you're somebody.
All I can say is that this is an opportunity that we have. Mr. McLaughlin is interested in the property. We're not going to take a year. I think maybe 60 days is something that's reasonable.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I can't speak for Mr. McLaughlin, but I think that's what he's looking for.
Sir, do you have other facilities working right now that you operate?
We don't operate any facility. This is the first one that we're going to renovate.
So is the $7 million that you've indicated, is that it at hand? Do you have that funding available now?
We have that funding asset available, right.
I'm
The
sorry.
idea I agree with you, sir, that I wouldn't want to, unless the county decides that this is what we are looking at, and that's my idea is the same, to look at it and do it. If you're not, I would rather not know that now know it now, because that way we move on to something else. Because to waste time, as you said, and then you determine, oh, no, we don't want to do it, we don't want to tear it down, I agree. That's a good decision if that's what they want to do, because I wouldn't want to spend 45 days looking at the possibility if you know you're going to tear it down. That's a waste of time.
No,
and I agree with you.
You said you have the $7 million.
We have the money to do that, and if the county said, let us look at the process of doing it, putting it together, we'll put the project together. But if you plan to tear it down and you think you're going to tear it down, I would rather say, okay, go ahead and tear it down. We move on to other places, because we can go to other places.
And I mean, if you have verifiable funds that you can, and I'm not, I don't know you, and I'm not trying to be. If you have some sort of verifiable funds that you could provide the county that you had those funds available.
But do you want us to do that before we have an agreement with you to do it, or you want us to do that after we have? Because what we're looking at now, if we had some kind of plan that we are going ahead to do that, then we could do those kinds of things. But if we're not, and then you say, no, you're not going to do that, then.
To me, before we would enter into any kind of, like today, the agenda item is discuss and consider appointing a committee to look at a licensing agreement. Before I would want to go into that, I'd want verifiable funds that said, here's our verifiable I don't know about the rest, but I want to know we have $7 million and that you've got the funds and you're ready to go, because.
But I don't think it's just the $7 million.
No, it's not just. That would just be one thing.
Because to me,
right.
To me, it looks something that can be real. To me, I like the idea, but I mean, if we're going to start tearing down something, and something happens, and then we stop, how is the Nueces County going to put it back together again? So you might have $7 million to work with. My question would be, can you put up maybe $3-4 million in a bond? So in case something does happen, Nueces County can back up and say, that belongs to Nueces County. So we can fix it the way it was. We don't want to be left with something that's been done or half done. Something that happens, you never know. We've been there before. So we just want to make sure we have those monies locked in some kind of a bond that if something happens, Nueces County owns those monies.
I would, before, if we entered into an agreement, we would, or whatever you all say for us to do, and you give us the guidelines to follow, then we will follow those guidelines. And if those are the guidelines, then that's what we would do, and we come back to you with whatever we plan to do. I agree with that.
Edward, on this proposal, I mean, there's a lot of events or groups that we have met with over the years, and because it's literally right down the road from my office, so I'm privy to a lot of those. But I mean, we've had licensing agreements with minor league baseball teams, like independent affiliates. We have the car racing that's been out there. I mean, there's a lot of events, and so we've done it through licensing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. From women's football to soccer, we had semi-pro soccer in there for a while. We've had, like you're saying, the different events in the parking lot. We actually are holding off on a winter event that they want to hold in the parking lot, set up during Thanksgiving, and then just have cars drive through the parking lot. And that's something that's on hold based on what we discuss and what we decide here today. So, yes, sir, we do a lot of licensing agreements.
And I think the reason why we're here, and I agree, and apologize to Mr. McClinton, sorry, is that this item kind of came out probably before your comfort and before ours, because we could have made sure the due diligence was done, but now that the cat's out of the bag, so to speak, you know, we got to just address it. People are excited. We got to protect against what I know some of my colleagues are saying, against that heartburn that we've had over the years in Robstown, where we've had a great facility and it succeeded, and then it failed, it went away. And this is really a unique idea. And that's, I think, part of maybe what licensing agreements are, Edward, is those individuals, those entrepreneurs, those who are kind of thinking outside the box, who see an opportunity and approach us in a way that we're not having to go through a formalized process. I agree, we may need to do that eventually. I know I'm personally pretty much at my end as far as how many times do we try. But when you get a unique idea like this, an opportunity that doesn't come around very often, and I'm sure, even though this was probably a problem to you first, Leon, as far as getting this information out to the public, I'm sure there's probably been other communities that have reached out to you now because of this. So this is not just about Nueces County, Robstown going out for that. And I'm sure there's been other communities that said, hey, we love your idea, and by the way, here's what we got. So we're now competing against that. I think that there's that has happened. It may not. But I feel that once you bring up a great idea, there's going to be a lot of people that run with this type of project. Maybe not your company specifically, but there are already other projects like this similar to the state that are in the works. So I hear what some of the court is saying. I know we haven't heard from Commissioner Hernandez yet, but just wanted to go down the line. I want to explore this, right? I wanted to be able to explore this further to see what are all the other steps that we need to take. Now, we do need some part of you to say, hey, we're committed to this, and this is what it may be, and that may be something that the court can work on. If we get into a proposal and just let anybody come up with any concept, it's going to be hard comparing apples to oranges, because there's going to be different ways of looking at what's the value in starting from ground zero with no building, right? Raise the entire structure, to how can you repurpose what is there? And I think this is really our last chance to say, what can we use with what is there? Because other than this, I think that's it, in my opinion. I do. Like I said, I mean, I love this, and I hope this project does happen. But if it doesn't, then I think then we need to go and explore just putting out a bid for the world to come up with a concept. And I agree, like the old courthouse came up with some great ideas, but in the end, there was no one to really back up those finances. And so that's going to be a big part of this. But, to continue the discussion for now, I don't see what's the harm in that, because it's already been here. It's been there for a while. I don't think how long do we think it would take to have further discussions to really kind of maybe prove up some of our concerns and for the Yobi group to be able to kind of prove up or show that they are serious and that they have the backing needed to make this a success? Edward, what do you think?
In our discussions, we were looking at 45 to 60 days is what we're looking at. I mean, he needs to bring his architects in there. He needs to come up with a solid number of what it's actually going to cost. He's willing to invest $7 million, but in our conversations, it may be less because there may not be as much work. He wants to leave the stadium as much a stadium as possible, so there will be seating. And there may be games actually still played on the ball field. I mean, he was talking about maybe bringing in some trainers for T-ball kids or stuff like that. Those were some of the ideas. But he expressed to me, Commissioner, that in order for me to start, I need to have something firm or something to go by so that I can tell my people, that whoever's invested in me, that, you know, we do have a location or we do have a possible location, and it may not work, but I need to spend, he's going to spend some money, you know, to do all that.
And how much will we spend if we move forward on this?
Time. Just time.
I'm willing to support time. Time is still a commodity that's valuable, but that's the best to me. If we're putting in anything in it and it's our time, I'm okay with supporting the committee to negotiate this further to see is this viable for both sides. So, thank you.
Edward, if we can, you're talking about maybe 60 days, y'all can, you know, tell us something. And I agree with Commissioner Mares. I mean, if it's not going to cost us nothing but time, I also agree. But if you could give us some kind of a maybe letter of intent from some financial system, like a bank, and said that, yeah, you qualify for those for those monies, right? And we know it's a reputable, you know, financial system. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Nobody has a problem if we know the money's there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If we can get a letter of intent that somebody's going to give him the money, or the money's there, it shouldn't be a problem.
So, Commissioner Gonzalez, I make a motion that we appoint a committee to negotiate a proposed license agreement with Yobi Park related to potential modifications in licensing of the ballpark at Richard M. Borchard Fairgrounds.
Pending funding being verified?
Verified.
That's my motion, but if you want to, if I get a second,
I'm not supporting anything if there's not funding verified. I
would say, Commissioner, that we need to have funding verified.
Got to have $7. If he's saying he's got $7 million,
funding with funding verified. But I mean, okay.
Is that possible, sir? Edward, is that
If that's
possible?
what you all need, I mean, I'm going to work with what you say to do.
Okay. Then that's my motion.
So we got.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay.
The motion moved. There's second.
Okay, well, wait, but what does the committee mean, John? I mean, the committee should be, to me, I don't want to, if Edward wants to go spend some time on this because he's doing it and you want to give it another 30 or 45 days, I mean, again, I think that property needs to be torn down and repurposed, but if you want to spend 30 days of staff time doing it and we can have verified funding, okay, I don't see how this works, but
that would be good for discussion.
I mean, if you want to give it a shot, it's in your precinct, and there's certainly nothing going on with that ballpark, and it's withering away. But I don't want a committee of people. I don't want to spend a bunch of time. I just don't. So
Who would set up the committee?
I mean, can it just be Edward? I mean,
well, it has been Edward, and I've been there. We've met in my office.
You and Edward
met
want to
on
meet?
site. I don't mind doing that if we wanted to include a few other individuals. I mean, I think economic development, as Mr. McLaughlin mentioned, is important.
Yeah.
He met actually with CCRADC, but he also with RADC, Robson Area Development Corporation. They've been part of this discussions before.
The RADC.
There's a lot of groups that can be brought in, but I would say it would need to be manageable, small groups to be efficient. And do the groundwork, do the footwork for this court to find out everything we need, all the answers, and then 30 to 45 days later, we come back and we say either yes or we say no. And if not, then we can go forward, and I agree in supporting a motion that would open up.
I think the RADC
demolishing
needs to get
facility or
involved.
what have
So
you.
can we just do it with you, and since you and Edward have been doing it, so that we don't,
The committee?
that be the, if we have, that be, you and Edward be the ones who work on this, and I don't know how do we verify the funding? How do we, someone have a suggestion on that?
Well, that's why we were looking at maybe somebody from the judge's office, if Dee's willing. I don't know
No,
if she's willing
wait,
to.
no, I'm saying,
Oh.
no, I want to limit this, and I mean, if everybody else wants to outvote me, great, but I don't think that's, I mean, if the judge wants to volunteer her staff, that's up to the judge, but that, I'm not going to do that to the judge while she's not here and can't even speak for herself. So at this point, I mean, I'm totally comfortable with Commissioner Mata's taking the lead on this, because it's his precinct, and he ought to have the opportunity to do that, and that's the only reason at this point, being honest, that I'm supporting this is because it's your precinct, and you ought to have that opportunity. I just want I would just like the funds verified, and it just being you and Edward for now. And if you need to pull in the county attorney, or, John, I mean, you're a commissioner, you can do whatever you want. We don't have to, I mean, you can go get the county attorney to give you advice anytime you want. So can we just designate you and Edward? And, no, I'm just saying, we don't dictate what you do. I mean, this is the project. You want to work on it, work on it. I mean, I get why you're trying to do it. I just,
But I would
I'm
say
skeptical, but I mean, I want to give you a chance to work on it.
But I would get the Robstown Economic Development involved.
And if
So
you want to pull them in, pull them in.
there could be another committee member there, so.
Edward, it's Robstown. Don't you know any retired baseball players like Mr. Garcia, who I think played for the Royals? I don't know if he's there, or I've heard he's in town somewhere.
Sometimes.
No, we can, there's also some of the ISD personnel.
And
that
yeah,
used to play
coaches,
for-
yeah, that maybe can help you along with this.
Yep.
Yeah, just a suggestion.
Okay, we have a motion and
So
a
wait, hold on.
second.
How are we verifying the funds? That's what we need to find.
I can work with the county attorney to get that, Commissioner, because that's my concern too. I mean, the concept is great, and we want that. Economic development is something that we seek in the core, everybody, but we need to make sure that it's something that works for the county as well, you know, and also that has to be the analysis. This project is something that's going to work for the community. 5 years ago, we know that we have some kind of project, the Top Golf, they were seeking to get something here, but they didn't have the market for that. So those kind of questions, and I asked to the county attorney, so I can totally work with the county attorney just to look into those detail and come before the court and just to provide this is something before they have the money, that's the main concern, and then it's just to do the analysis to see if this is something that is going to work for our community.
Right. I just need language in the motion that's clear on how the funds will be verified. That's all I'm looking for. Auditor, anybody have a suggestion on how to word that? Anybody?
I think the commissioner already included that one.
No, I'm just saying, but how does it verify?
How is he?
How do we do we need to see a bank account with $7 million in it? I just need someone to, we just need to, so that no one walks away unclear on what, you know, the nice gentleman wants to know what we want, and I'm just trying to be specific. So how do we want to?
Shouldn't we get something from the financial institute that's going to lend him the money or give him the money? Have a letter from
It'll be up to
them
the county attorney.
stating?
Auditor have a suggestion? I'm
We've talked about a letter of credit. We've talked about putting money in escrow.
Both of which have been discussed, placing funds in escrow to be held while they're moving forward. Then
Well, I think
it's
that
also been
comes later.
discussed.
I think we just
a letter of credit.
Yeah, I think that comes, a letter of credit that verifies that they have $7 million worth of funding available. Just something that I don't want their money in escrow. We're not nowhere near that. I'm just saying a letter of credit from a financial institution or a bank statement that shows they got $7 million or something. So I would just leave it to the county audit attorney and auditor to come up with a way that verifies funding. How about that? Whether it's a letter of credit, a bank statement, just something, that would be, I just want something that verifies there's funding.
And this is so early in the process, Commissioner, that either one of those things, if that satisfies the court, you have plenty of time down the road to change that to money in escrow or anything else you want
Well,
to do.
that would be if it comes to pass that, they do their diligence and, yeah, we'd have to have the money in escrow, right, at some point, but not at this point. I just want verification of funds. So if that's
It's part of the motion.
clear enough, I guess so.
Acceptable?
I'm sorry.
Part of
Yeah,
the
he
motion.
accepted the
Yes,
verification.
yes,
That part is acceptable.
Yes.
Letter of credit, bank statement,
Letter of
something.
credit, bank statement, yes.
Okay.
Okay, all in,
Is that clear enough, Kara? Is that good?
all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
May I
same
have a
sign.
question? May I have a question? My question is in reference to, we've looked at this thing outside, we haven't looked at it inside, so suppose if we look down here 30 days from now and say, oh, no, this is not what we really want because it's too far gone to do what we want to do, how do we have a way out, right?
Oh, there's no way. Yeah, this is.
This is not
Just
binding.
whatever, right. I just didn't
Yeah,
want
this
us
is
to
not
be tied
binding.
to something that we can,
We're not,
because we
we're
looked
not-
at it.
This is not a commitment time, there, just.
Right.
Okay, all right, got
Yeah.
it.
It's non-binding.
Okay.
We appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Motion passed. Okay, then we go back to Human Resources, HR. Discuss and review operation of Animal Service Department. Discuss and consider job description and salary and related matters. Mr. Sally.
Good afternoon, well, good morning still. We have looked at several options for the management of the Animal Services Center. I believe you all met last week to discuss options. We're asking the court to approve 4 requests in consideration of the discussion that was held at the last Commissioners Court special hearing. One of those requests is for the proposed job description for Animal Services Coordinator, which you all should have before you. And then the second request is for the classification of the position. We discussed special services in terms of a contract agreement, and we decided that the best option for the county this time was to propose a temporary worker classification. So with the Animal Services Coordinator job description, we're requesting approval for the classification to be a temporary worker. And thirdly, we need approval for the pay schedule for that Animal Services Coordinator.
Okay, first one you put in that is the Animal Service Manager. That's the one we got to post. That's the one we need to post out, right? For the.
Yes, the Animal Services Coordinator, yes, sir. And then also some discussion on whether or not you want to post the Animal Services Manager position as well in the interim. This is a temporary worker request that we could utilize in the interim until we identify a party for the Animal Services Manager position.
Okay, I'm confused. The Animal Service Manager is a permanent position.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's what we need to post.
Yes, sir.
To fill
We-
the
We'll also need approval for this job description for Animal Services Coordinator.
coordinator, right?
And once you approve that,
That
we
should-
can post that as well.
Okay. But we need the coordinator now
Yes, sir.
to be able to move forward and
Correct.
to have somebody to run it while we're still looking for a full-time position
That is correct.
as a manager. Okay.
Currently, the job description before you does not have a pay schedule assigned to it, so we wanted the court to decide on what that pay schedule should be. I know the recommendation put before us was $1,500 every 2 weeks for 80 hours of service. However, does it, that amount?
1,500 or 15,000?
$1,500 every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks.
That's 3,000.
3,000 per month.
Yeah.
3,000 per month.
However,
I'm gonna
that
apply.
number does not align with our current pay schedule.
For the coordinator?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is the coordinator position what we had instructed to go do, that we gave Commissioner Modas and Gonzalez the authority to go?
Right.
Is that,
Yes,
what-
sir.
so this is
Correct.
just kind of going back and doing the paperwork for it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the coordinator position is the acting director, and so let me do that one first, because I got other questions on it. Okay, so,
So it would not be an acting director. We decided to make it just a coordinating position
Well,
in the interim.
he'd still be a supervisor.
Yes.
He'll be director.
acting
Actually, he won't
coordinator.
The monitor of the Animal Services Center was agreed to be IDA in the interim, and that person would report to IDA until we identify animal, a permanent position for Animal Services Manager.
Okay, and I guess these are just job descriptions and so forth, but is it germane to talk about all the other stuff? Or is that, should I wait for item 3 on the facility, Jenny? I'm just trying to make sure, because we got 2 items on here that, I want to take the opportunity on whichever one is correct or both. It says related matters. We can talk about all the other stuff that's been going on since it's related matters, right? Because I have a bunch of questions on that too.
Well, this is an attempt to, I believe, this position, and you bringing this position is addressing the other things that I perceive you are wanting to discuss. So I think it's
okay to
relevant.
go into, okay, so I guess that's, if we want to stay on this, and then I don't want to get off of this, because I want to talk about all the stuff that IDA and Mr. Gonzalez and others have been, whoever have been working on in regards to this too. So how do we want to do that? Do y'all want to tackle this? Because if you've, I mean, I've read this, I've looked at it, but I'm really relying on the HR director to come up with job descriptions now. So if you believe that this meets the needs, which it seemed to me, but if you believe it meets the needs of what we wanted as a court until we got the permanent, then I'm okay with that. The pay on this one is what again? Because I thought we were paying this person the same thing that we were going to pay Juan, or we were paying Juan during the interim, and that doesn't sound like that's what this is.
No, sir. So this is a lower level position, which will be between pay group 19 and 20, and one was a pay group 26. So we want this interim person to supervise the current operations with the assistance of IDA until we identify a permanent position for the animal
how are we
services.
going to
And this will be, what it is, Commissioner, it's a contract basis. It's not a-
No, I get it, but how are we going to get somebody for this amount of money that's going to have any experience in this business?
We've already identified somebody.
Somebody's already applied for it.
That's good? I mean,
She has certification as an animal services control officer.
and so is it 40 hours a week?
Yes, sir.
No. Tim, I believe, and Dorsey,
Well,
when we talk about it, it's about a temp position, which is 29 hours
29 hours
per
a
week.
Makes
That's
more sense on
different.
the
That's
price.
correct,
Okay,
yeah.
so you're saying, okay, for
Thank you for
29
that.
hours a week, it's $3,000 a month, is basically what you're saying.
Pay group 18th,
Well,
you
pay-
have that?
Yes, pay group 18 would be, 19 or 20 would be $18.59 an hour, which amounts to about $13.38 every 2 weeks. But in consideration of the temporary worker, which can only work a max of 29 hours, we would need an exception from the court to approve 40 hours for that position, as well as the exception from the court to classify this temporary employee to be paid more than the 90% max that is currently in our policy for temporary services workers.
Right.
Is that including benefits? Do they
This-
get benefits?
No benefits for this position.
Okay.
I'm a little lost. So is it 29 hours a week or is it 40 hours a week?
Currently, our policy is 29 hours.
Is this proposal 29 hours a week?
Should be 29 hours. It should be a temp position for 29 hours, which is, 29 hours, you don't have to pay benefits, right? In the meantime, we use this position just to help right now with the facility while I'm working there and being in that facility, and just to continue what the court decides to do with this facility. If we want to hire the manager, or we want to seek a different way to just help with this facility through contract, is what the court decides
So
to do.
this is for 29 hours a week?
That should be just for temp for 29 hours per week.
At this rate that has been agreed to by?
$18.59, that's what he said.
Okay, it's been agreed to by this person, and y'all are comfortable with this person, which we charge y'all with doing. And if this is what we're wanting to do, then I'm fine with that. But I want to make sure it's clear. It's 29 hours at that pay rate that you just articulated,
1859.
And that's what
So
we're
we have
doing.
two
That's a
options.
pay group 19. 1859 is a pay group 19.
Pay group 19 with the dollar is 1859 per hour. Yes, a temp 29. So just want to get some clarification. We're just seeking here, Tim, to get just this temp position, right? We're not doing nothing with the manager.
Well, that's on here too. But
Yeah,
I'm
I have, but that's what I'm.
Right,
Okay.
but on this particular one, that's why I said, can we just do that one first?
Okay.
Because this one's a little easier for me than the next one.
Yes.
So this is just for the Animal Services Coordinator. Then I would make the motion to approve the Animal Services Coordinator as has been articulated at 29 hours a week at
Pay group 19.
pay group 19 until we hire a permanent or whatever we decide to do director for the
Animal care.
Animal Care Services Center. That would be the motion there.
Second.
Second.
Go ahead. Second by Commissioner Hernandez.
Yeah, second.
Also need to make sure that we get an approval for the exception with the temporary services worker. The max cap is 90% of the current rate per our policy, which would be $16.73 an hour. So we would need the court to
I
approve.
don't understand that part. No.
According to our policy, there's a waiver requirement that temporary workers will be compensated only at 90% of the base pay rate and grade and step as authorized by the Commissioner Court for each.
Or we could just go a different step.
Well, it's not just a matter of the step, it's a matter of the 90% cap as well, which would be $16.73 instead of $18.59.
Right, or you just go to the next step, and then you have the 90% cap, and then you're not making an exception to your policy. Then you go to step 20.
Yeah, you make a fit into the position, in the hourly. That's correct, what you're saying, Commissioner.
Or if you go to the
So,
next
like-
step, then you have to. Either way is fine with me, but that's the motion on this in a second. And then if we want to make the exception, we can do that as a separate motion, but that's on this one.
Okay, do I hear, there's a motion on the floor, second, to accept the Animal Control Coordinator's position at a pay group of 19, right? And 29 hours a week. And it would consider to be a temp.
Right.
So, Commissioner Hernandez is.
So we just do
We
it.
did the second.
Just vote
Do
it.
any, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign.
I've got other things on this, but I really have to go to the bathroom. Could we take a 5-minute recess because I don't kill your quorum?
Yeah, I gotta go too.
Okay, can we do that,
We're
Commissioner?
going to take a 10-minute break, 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Ladies, want to take? team. And we're at number B, Human Resources. But we're still with you, Shirley. And I think that brought to my attention, I guess, when you mentioned 90%, I don't know, we need to do 90% because it's a temp position.
Yes,
So
sir.
really don't.
What has been brought to my attention by Day, and she's correct in this, is that because it's a new position, we will also need your approval on that. And because it is also a new position, we can determine the rate.
It's a temp position. It's not like the court is approving a new adding a position. This is under a different category what the budget is, so it's as a temp. Just to clarify that,
So we're good to
separate.
go?
Yes.
Okay.
And I want to apologize to the court for the confusion. We had discussed 40 hours a week, but that was what we were going to do under contract services. Because this is a temporary position, we can only do 29 hours.
Got it.
Hey, Dave, I have a
Yes,
question.
sir.
Since it's a temp position, do they still fall under the 6-month probation thing?
Yes, sir. Well, I'm sorry, let me correct that. The answer is no.
No?
Because
They're
the
at will.
temporary positions, they have a max of 90 days. And I did verify that they can be in position. Temporary positions
But they're
can
at
only
will.
exist for 90
Pardon?
days.
It's only good for 90 days?
Yes, the
That's
temporary
correct.
position's good for 90 days, and they're supposed to bring it back to court for reapproval every 90
That's
days.
correct. Every 90 days that we need to bring this position.
Okay.
And that you have a max number of 3 times?
Correct. 3 times 90-day sets, but we'll have to come back before the court each time for approval for extension.
Very good. Thank you.
3 90s.
Yes.
Okay,
Pretty
and
nice.
can I go, is it okay can I go into some of these other things on the allegations and stuff like that? Is that okay? Can I address some of those?
There or down in the bottom?
Jenny said it was okay here, because
Okay.
the other one's on the facility,
All
so.
right, that's good. All other matters, yeah.
Okay, so number one, the inaccurate statement that was made earlier by the person in public comment was that the board was told not to meet. That is 100% inaccurate. In fact, I am very bothered that this advisory board has not met. They are holdovers. They have all abilities, and the fact that they have not met is very concerning to me. So I don't know who told. I've checked with the county manager, I've checked with the county attorney, I've checked with other people, and no one has advised the Animal Services Advisory Board not to meet. So if they are not meeting, then they are not doing what they should be doing, and they need to start meeting immediately because they are holdovers by law. They are still on the board, and they should still be meeting. So that should be happening. And if it's not, then the board is not doing its duty, and I would hope that they would start meeting immediately. The new coordinator, my understanding, will be in charge and will work with all volunteers on an equal basis moving forward. And I think that person will be in charge. The board, I appreciate the service of the board, but they are not in charge of the Animal Services Control. They are an advisory board. The coordinator will be in charge and will work with the volunteers and will determine how they'll be worked with, is my understanding. And if that's not true, then someone needs to correct me. It's been alleged by the speaker earlier in a very inappropriate email to me that I've responded to that we don't investigate all allegations, that we have some specific bias towards Ms. Miller and her allegations. Quite the contrary. I don't even read respectfully Ms. Miller's emails anymore or Ms. Bachholtz's emails anymore. So I'm going to say it very publicly and very transparently so that you're very well aware of it, ma'am, and everybody else is too. I forward them on to the county manager, and I let her look at them because that's what I've been doing for quite some time. I've had no contact with Ms. Miller other than passing those emails on to the county manager, and I've had no contact with Ms. Bachholtz other than the same way. Personally, I am sick and tired of the drama that circulates around that Animal Services Advisory Center. It has been a distraction. It has hurt nothing more than the animals that are involved, and we are working hard. We have investigated every allegation. We've spent more time on this thing. County manager has spent time. She's gone out there and tried to facilitate this on the court's behalf because we, as a court, have great value and want to make sure those animals are taken care of. And every single allegation has been investigated. Some have been, and Mr. Salih has been out there several times, and some have proven to be frivolous allegations, some have proven to be exact allegations, and some have been in between. So, ma'am, if you have allegations, then you can let the HR director know, or you can let the county manager know, and she will investigate them just like we've investigated every other allegation. But I am tired of all the crap that is centered around this animal services thing. And about 80% of it has been rubbish. It has been a waste of the county's time, and it has been a waste of this court's time. It's been a waste of everybody's time that's been in it. We are there to serve the animals. I am not there to serve you, ma'am, like you said I should be, or Miss Miller or Miss Bockholt. I am there to do what's best for the county and the animals that we are to do. They are not my constituents, but that's the charge that I believe we have, and I believe we have more than upheld our charge because we have spent more time on this department than any other department in Nueces County, bar none. Maybe any other times too. Now, we had to do that with the medical examiner's office, and so that'd be the exception for a while, but that's been way settled down for a long time, and this continues to go on. So let me repeat, the board should have been meeting. It needs to be meeting. You are a board currently. We will put those I've told my assistant to get with the county manager. We will put those back on to get those reappointed or not reappointed, but that board should have, could have, and the fact that it's not been meeting all this time is very disturbing to me. The new coordinator will be in charge, not the board, not the commissioner's court, not the, the county manager is there for a while until we figure this out, but this has got to stop, and Ms. Miller can bring all the allocations she wants. You can bring all the allocations you want. Ms. Bockholt, anybody in this county can bring an allocation. And if they are legitimate, we're going to find out and we're going to get to the bottom of it. And we're going to investigate all of them equally. Did the drug one set me off a little bit more than the rest of them? You bet, because that one bothered me more than any of the other ones that I've seen, that if we're mishandling drugs, that's been investigated, that's been rectified, that was immediately jumped on. Just like if any other serious allegations like that were made, but every allegation has been addressed, every one of them. Now, if you want to, I'd like now, as I've ranted for my 5 minutes, I would like you to take the opportunity to, both of y'all, to tell this court and the public all that you've been doing just since our last meeting in regards to getting this done so that you have the opportunity, because you've been accused of things that I know are not true. You've been, and so I'd like for you to be able to say whatever you want to say in a public setting so that it's on the record and that it's out there, and that anybody wants to speculate, they can speculate all they want, but all the speculation, about 80% of it's garbage. So go ahead.
Yes, sir. So I want to say publicly that the county judge and the entire commissioners court, as you have correctly stated, been very involved in this, the concerns reported by the Animal Services Center. And I have thoroughly investigated each and every concern that existed. I've been there multiple times. I've worked with Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Meraz, to make sure that the concerns are addressed. Friday, Ida and myself were there. We have transferred the Animal Services manager to another department, and we
at his request.
At his request, yes, sir. That is absolutely correct. And we have current plans underway to ensure the ongoing proper care and services to the Animal Services Shelter, to ensure that the concerns continue to be monitored and correctly addressed.
Go ahead.
Yes, Commissioner, you stated there's a lot of misinformation going around. What it matters to me and to the court is like get the job done. We're taking care of the department. We're working really hard with HR, with the court, everybody, and taking care of the operations of the center and also the animals. So we are working really. I just every single time something happens, I give it the information to the court, right? And yesterday I spent my day at the facility, the Friday as well, and I'm providing all the assistance that I have to the staff and to the community. I understand the concerns from the community. I think because it's miscommunication or misleading something, but just to send a message, we're working. And we're working, and we're working together to make this progress. We don't get anything like putting stuff out there to put people against each other. That's never going to work. Working together is when we make the progress, and that's why I'm working with the staff, and then since we're going to have the board meetings again, just working with the advisory board, which is essential for this community as well, or for the department. So we are going to be working together, and I'm open to work with all of them. That is my policy, working with everybody, working together, and that's the courts, and then the policy as well, the working and making progress. So it's a lot of miscommunication. We were working. That's the message that I want to send to the community.
Hey, Dave.
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank you for inviting me last week to go visit
Yes, Commissioner.
that compound.
Mhm.
And I was pleased the way things are going and the way you've handled things, you and Mr. Soleil. So for that, I thank you very much and let me know what's going on. Keep it.
You're welcome. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to say a couple of things. Commissioner Amado, I want to thank you for being part of the committee. You know, your time that you spent meeting with us also and doing the interview. But I also want to thank mostly Sally and Ade and for actually being hands-on this whole thing for the last almost 3 weeks, I guess, or a month. Seems like a month, but you know, a lot of the extra time we spent on the phone talking back and forth and trying to decide what to do. And I think finally came with a good solution here. You know, that the animal control coordinator will be the one that running the show for now. And, you know, if anybody needs anything, they need to go to that coordinator, not to anybody else. If they're not happy with that, then they can come to the administrator. But I just want to say thank you, and also, Jeannie, thank you for your guidance also in providing us in your legal capacity. So thank you for a lot of time spent for a lot of people and a lot of extra time. But, you know, as far as the volunteers, I want to just say that I got calls that we're killing dogs, or we're killing this, and we're killing animals, and that we didn't care. And, you know, and my response to I don't know, I don't read the emails no more either. My response was just the fact that said, you know, I know you, she said, I care about the animals. And I said, well, I care about the animals and her staff. And I said, so I wish you would care about her staff too. But so right now we're trying to get that department back into operation, back where it belongs, you know, get all the stress out that's there and continue moving forward. And I just want to say that while we're doing that, we're still taking pictures of the dogs, because I got copies of pictures of those dogs, you know, and so we're moving forward. It's not like everything was a standstill. No, I don't think any dog died, you know, or cat. So I want to thank y'all for the work that y'all did. Appreciate it. And we're just moving forward, and you know, you got our support. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So anything else, we'll go ahead and move forward to the grants department, grants. C, and discuss and consider submission of a grant application to the Office of Justice Programs, OJP, Bureau of Justice Assistance, BJA, for the 2024 Bulletproof Vest Partnership Program. And I don't know who put that on the agenda. So
We did, sir.
Grants, I guess Grants did, right?
Yes. Good morning. The agenda is to go out for, submit an application for bulletproof vests for some of the law enforcement departments. We reached out to them, and stated here is the ones that responded of what their need is. This grant does need a 50% match, and we requested that information from each department that responded. And they have either decided to do it from their forfeiture fund or from their general budget.
Motion to approve.
Second.
The motion to approve, and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, move forward. Thank you. The Public Works, letter D from Public Works. Discuss and consider approving a recommended funding source and cost estimated of $281,250 for Constable Precinct 5 Calderon Building Renovation Project. Discuss and consider authorizing Public Works to obtain corporation bids for the method of procurement.
So moved.
So motion, do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed. Public Works, item number 2, discuss and consider approval of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, funding source for public works equipment in the amount of $762,067.00. You know, and just to make it clear so you all understand, it's really not that. The court has already approved 600,000 of that. So really what they're asking for is an additional $162,067. The 600,000 was already approved, I think. I don't know what Commissioner's Court that was, but, right, Lulu?
Yes, it was approved back in April 26.
April 26. So right now, we're just saying we need $162,067. And where is that coming from?
So we are requesting an allocation from either the Commissioner's Court, the court, or from countywide funds, which is Jeff
Wait.
is distributing right now, all the balances right now.
But for number 2?
Right.
I thought we'd already allocated money.
600,000. We're requesting an additional 162 to cover the
162,000.
remainder.
Oh,
They're short 162,000.
that's not good. Thank you.
So if anyone would like to donate 162,000.
And how about the ARPA? We have no money left in ARPA funds?
We do. We have a remainder of $3,100,000.
Let's use it. Let's use it.
From there?
Let's use it.
All right, okay.
Get rid of it. So.
Will do.
My motion that we use the ARPA fund, so.
I second that motion.
There's a motion on the floor, and second. And all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed?
Just keep track, because I know we're still keeping track of all that, Okay.
Okay, forget it further.
We are, thank you.
Motion passed. Thank you. Okay, number 3, Public Works. Discuss and consider pausing work on animal care facility project and any related matters. Consider pause due to budget and getting animal services back in order. So this, I guess, is something we need to put on hold till we go back and look at it again, I guess, and try to come back and say, do we actually need what we're looking at? Do we need to spend the $4 million? And can we do something else? Basically, we're having trouble with a small facility now. We know we're going to do a facility that's 4 times larger. And, how we're going to come up with. I don't know, the Commissioner, this is kind of like falls in your court. And, I think it's something we need to discuss and probably, maybe have something, maybe a special meeting with this and discuss which way we want to go.
I'm okay with pausing. I mean, there hasn't been too much work being done on this at this moment until we kind of reestablish where we're at. Do we turn this temporary position into a permanent director, or go out and search for a new director, or possibly consolidate? I know there's a lot of options to do in animal services. The case remains, though, that we do need a new facility. If you've been there to my office right in the back, it's Public Works and Animal Care, and if you've been to the kennels, you'll see that it's an older facility and it deserves something that's more centralized and that is something new that helps keep better health for the animals, for the workers that are there, better facility. Like I said, the location that we have selected, which is next to the old show barn, which is at Business 77 and Highway 44, which is basically at the curve there in Robstown as you're coming into town from Cow Island. It's a good location because if I gave you directions, I'll tell you, my first day on the job when I went to the Robstown office it was hard to find because the address is just not a known or an easy road to find. It's on a farm road, which back in the day was probably useful but now it's not. But moving the facility to where we had selected last year, that was years in the making. That took at least 2 or 3 years of planning to make it happen. The 4.2 was down from the original 5 or 6 million, I think that was initially proposed. Most of this was funding that we scaled back based on what the court had said, which was do more with less, and I think that we did. I do see the value in holding off until we get a better idea of how we're going to manage our facility, but that doesn't change my opinion on keeping the facility. How long do we hold off on? Do we cannibalize this project for the sake of the budget? I don't think that's fair. So if we go that route, you're going to have a fight on your hands. But if you say we need to pause to find out who our management will be, then I'm all for that. But to take from this project to use for anything else, I'm concerned. And I know that that's maybe not necessarily where we're going with today, but I just kind of want to put that on record, that's not the reason for us to do that. It's merely because we've had a change in staff. We have an interim, a part-time director or manager there at the facility now, and that's the only reason why we really can't or maybe shouldn't move forward. But I would like to see this to start back up at some point, maybe at the beginning of the new fiscal year, so that we can move forward, because as we know, any construction delayed, the price is going to go up even further. So.
Well, I hear you, Commissioner, and I think, really agree with you that we do need a new facility, but, with the 4 million versus maybe 1.5 or whatever, to have, because we don't know and discuss what we're going to do with, we're going to outsource it, or we're going to do what. I think those are the things that need to come up during our discussions, that what are directions are we going to take to be able to accomplish this, but definitely we need a new bill. I'm not arguing with that. I mean, I've supported it all the time, but I think this is something that we need to go back and revisit and see what because I mean we're having trouble now with staff, and you have a bigger building, you got more staff, and we don't have the staff. So and I like the idea that you said that we need to hold probably till after the fiscal year, and come back and get on it.
What is it, 60 or 90 days that we have for this new position that we just created? What was it?
That's for 90 days. Right. That's correct,
so
Commissioner.
that works perfectly, I think, with the end of the fiscal year. A few months is not going to make a change, in my opinion, on this. But like I said, anytime that we delay on any type of construction, whether it be this or even Bob Hall Pier, if we wait, you're talking about the price going up on materials, and that's my biggest concern with this. But I'm okay with taking a pause until we get some stability and we as a court make a decision on a permanent director or what our next step should be.
Can I say something?
Sure.
The court previously had voted to do a CSP for the animal care facility, and my office has been actively working on that project. And
CFP?
Yes, and we're close to advertising for it. So please include an instruction to purchasing if we're going to pause, so that I can let my staff know to hold off, because we're about to probably run an ad on Friday.
But at this point, you need to pause.
So,
so at this point, you probably need to pause.
Right. Okay.
So, and then I guess the motion would be just to hold for 90 days, and we can come back and revisit, see where we're at and what we're going to do. And hopefully by then we'll also have a new director.
All work.
All work, and that would encompass them as well.
All work?
All work, yeah.
Meaning
all,
he needs.
any work being done.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Robinson's asking. He's asking for a specific.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, sure. So, do we hear? Is there a second on that, or is it your motion, Commissioner? Or
yeah. Can we pick a specific date on that? I mean, I know we're talking 90 days, but what would the next court meeting be after that? Because
August, September.
Within 90 days.
I want to make sure we take action on it, and by then we should know what we're going to do with our budget, and then we can move forward.
I'll second that.
He wants a specific date.
Yeah, so what would be our, I guess, would you recommend the last meeting in September or the first meeting in August? I'm sorry, October?
90 days would be the 21st of September, or 22nd of September. Sorry, so the next meeting would be the
September
27th of
So
September.
then, okay.
You want to do it till then?
So I motion to consider pausing work on animal care facility project until September the 27th, where court will take action to, do we need to direct staff, Michael, or y'all were already going forward with it? So what do we need to put in our motion to make that?
Well, in that time and consideration to unpause or to resume all activity.
I can't hear you. Yeah, Michael, you got to come up here, man. Sorry.
I think when you bring it back on the 27th, just include some language that says in your motion, if you wish for us to resume the activities that were already approved by the court. I wouldn't need a new approval at that point.
But this is enough pause for you to know.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed?
And then,
I just think that probably in between, Commissioner, we probably need to look at calling maybe a special meeting or two to discuss just strictly
maybe as we get closer to
the facility, the animal control, whatever.
that might be.
Nothing else but that,
But Michael or Dave, do you know, or maybe Lisa, what was the breakdown on the funding? Where were all the sources of funding for the 4.2?
For the 4 million is CO's money, Commissioner.
From
that 2020?
That's I believe so. That's for those 2020.
Do we know?
One.
Do we have Teresa?
Because there was no ARPA in that one.
It's just CO's money.
CIP?
Yes, that's correct.
What was the breakdown, though? Do we know who? I thought I put some in and then.
I can look that up. Give me just a moment.
It was just one funding source of CO's money. Yeah.
You didn't have to put any?
No, we don't have any extra.
I thought the commissioner and the previous judge.
I thought I had put some in, so that's all.
That's probably that's the one that we did for the library. We put extra money for that.
And then before we get off this item, we did not do the job description for the permanent person. We were going to go back and discuss that too, and we didn't do that. So.
Oh yeah, we need to do it. It'll be posted. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, or whatever we're going to do with it. I don't know what we're going to do with it.
Yeah.
So I just wanted, before we got off animal care, I wanted to make sure we didn't forget that.
Okay. We already passed the motion, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think we need to go back to animal care.
We voted, or didn't we not vote?
We voted, right?
I thought we did.
No, I don't think we
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
We did vote aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Okay. I'm going to go back to HR. Sally's on the department animal control manager.
Sir. So our request is to post the animal services manager position, as well as we've already got permission for the animal services coordinator position. So we can seek and identify a replacement for that position. I believe the Commissioner's Court has the job description for the animal services manager before them.
And Ida, did you have comments on this? I thought you were wanting to say something on the manager.
Yeah, I'm not clear that if the court wants to go ahead and have this position open yet.
What?
For the manager position, right?
I don't know. I mean,
that's my question. If I would recommend just to seek like what are the other options the court can have. I believe that we were talking to the Humane Society, Robston. We can, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know if it's right now, since we are going to have a coordinator and I'm helping as well.
So what she's saying is if we're going to have a bigger picture discussion regarding what we do with animal services. Do we want to post a position for a position that might not be there if we decide to consolidate with Robstown or go to the Humane Society or whatever the case, or the city of Corpus Christi or whatever the case may be? Do we want to wait and just use this acting coordinator for a while and not post that position? It's a good question.
Would be to our advantage to already post a position and possibly have someone identified while we're looking at other options so that we don't have an additional delay if we decide to go that route.
But if you post something that you're not sure you're going to hire for, that's a little disingenuous for those people who are going to apply. I mean, that's a little, I'd hate to put something out, and we've done that before, and it's not pleasant to always tell, like.
We can work together to bring options, We're going to post a position for the temp and working with that person, just bring into the court next month. These are the options that we have.
Why don't we just go ahead and table it for the 12th and come up with some recommendations?
Yeah, I think
Correct. Yeah, that will be the best right now to bring up.
The judge will be back, and that'll give us an idea.
That's correct. So everybody.
I want her involvement on that, too. Okay, motion to table until July 12th.
Second.
Motion to table to July.
And I'm sorry, to be specific, to table the animal services manager position until July 12th.
The posting, right.
Thank you.
Right.
July 12th.
To table the posting.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to purchasing.
Yes, sir.
Purchasing, number one, discuss and consider approving an order granting an exception to competitive bidding requirements and approving a sole source purchase from Daily and Wells Communications, Inc. in the amount of $56,167.40 for P25 Phase 2 system upgrade, software for law enforcement radio system. Monies come from capital projects. Is that correct, Mike?
Yes, that's 1923-8503 Metrocom P25 radio replacement funds. This is to put some remaining radios we have with the most current software so that they can receive the P25 upgrade that was already approved by court. And as soon as the court approves, then we can get on the schedule with the city of Corpus Christi to get our radios upgraded for law enforcement.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second to approve item number one in the purchasing. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Item number two in the purchasing will be discussed and consider approving a buy board contract number 67022 with Gales LLC in the amount of $136,710.36 for the purchase of 18 ballistic shields for Nueces County law enforcement use. And this also comes from grants.
Yes, this is a grant number 2420-2022, the Bullet Resistant Shield Grant Program.
And this is no match, right?
No.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second to approve number two in the purchasing. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Number three, discuss and consider conditional selection of a bulk diesel and unleaded fuel contract.
So on this one, we received two bids, where a recommendation is to conditionally select the lowest and best bid submitted by Argandagi Oil Company 2 Limited for bulk diesel and unleaded fuel contract IFB 3236-23. Public Works recommends approval. Expense will be paid by user department budgeted funds.
So moved.
Second.
Moving second that we approve number three under purchasing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Number four will be discuss and consider conditional selection for FP 3235-23 grant government services for disaster recovery, ARPA, COVID, and FEMA. So, when did this discussion, I don't know who's the item this is, but.
Yeah, that's the tabulation sheet you just gave.
Sorry.
Okay, for this item, we received 6 proposals. The selection committee reviewed the proposals, and you have the scoring sheet there before you. The selection committee members are the Commissioners Court Manager, the Grants Administrator, the County Engineer, and Emergency Management. The recommendation is to conditionally select Impact Strategic Consulting, LLC. They scored the highest in terms of qualifications and experience, with CDBG being one of the high points, and their price point also was favorable, receiving one of the highest scores on price. This contract is a preposition contract. Would only be utilized whenever the court deems it ready to be used, and at that point a work authorization would be delineated with specific tasks with a not to exceed amount and all the requirements for federally funded programs such as FEMA PA in the event of a disaster or something of that nature.
Let me just ask a couple of questions, Mike. On this here, why can't we do a group like we did the engineers and the architects, so we can draw from a pool? And not so much because the Grant Works is already doing work for the county, and according to Scott, when he talks about him, he talks pretty highly about him, and that they've really helped a lot, really done good work. So I don't know what the difference here other than the cost, but I just think that if we had a pool of the top 3, we could draw from where we wanted to draw from.
So I believe the bid was written in a way that allows the court to select one or more awardees. The committee was recommending only one. Grant Works is the second highest recommended, so if the court wishes to have multiple, they can select more than one, and then we'll enter into negotiations with them to set up a master service agreement for that. And like I said, if either one gets chosen at a later date for particular work, then we'll bring those.
Well, that probably would be my recommendation, to be able to choose them from at least 3 of them. We should be.
What do we need 3 for, though? I mean, I could see maybe 2, but I don't. 3's
So
a
well,
lot.
I mean, 2. I mean, this is just my number. You can go to 2. We'll go to 2.
Well, I'm trying to figure out why we need even 2 on this one, but I'm open to it because those are pretty tight. But
yeah, well, I mean,
where's impact from?
Yeah.
So,
just curious.
Yeah, they're from Houston. If you want, I can have one of the committee members give y'all some more details on that selection. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, well, I like Commissioner's idea anyway too. The top 2 would be somebody we can go to. We need them, so I like the idea of the pool. So I really like the pool idea. So we can go ahead and I mean, I would recommend both the 99, 97. They're pretty right next to each other.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, we can figure that out later. We can it's a pre-positioned. It's not costing us anything now. I mean, they were within 2 points of each other. We know Grant Works does good work. It's nothing wrong with having another one on board. I would say, just to be fair, that to acknowledge within the motion that Impact was the highest rated of the 2, and just put that in there, acknowledging that. But I'm fine with 2 of them. I mean, I think the committee did good work, and those are pretty close. But I mean, cost is a factor, and it's going to cost less to do that, then we ought to take that into consideration.
Okay.
Yeah, I would mention that the Grant Works, in their price point that was published, received the third highest score, not the tops in price. So they're a little more expensive than the Impact one, which helped Impact's rating overall.
And that'll be brought out.
It'll be brought out at the time when you bring the work authorization. You'll see exactly what you're signing up for, how much it's going to cost, and you can decide at that time if you're willing to do that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the cost is important.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll restate my recommendation then. The selection committee recommends conditional selection of Impact Strategic Consulting, LLC for RFP 3235-23 Grant Management Services for Disaster Recovery, ARPA, COVID, and FEMA PA. And then y'all want to add to that
Grant work.
Grant Works.
Again, seconding the motion, noting that Impact Strategies was the lowest cost, and that needs to be
Right.
brought out if and when we ever have to use them.
Sure. Okay. So I hear a second.
Second.
A motion and a second that we accept the committee recommendation, Impact Strategies Consulting LLC, but also include the Grant Works Inc. into the pool.
And then, Michael, on this, I know it lists at the top ARPA, COVID, and FEMA. This is for any kind of.
It was specifically written for those three. FEMA PA covers a wide range of
Right.
of
FEMA is
disasters.
like the world.
Yes.
Right. And then.
We had some lingering items already for I guess for COVID, not very much, and then ARPA, depending on if and when they even need that help, but it would be available to them if
Right, and should it,
so chose.
is there another category we should have included in that besides FEMA for that kind of, just?
I don't believe so. That was
Those were the
what was
three main
recommended to
categories.
us as the main ones to take
I mean,
care of.
FEMA's pretty wide. I mean,
Yeah.
that's where you deal with most of the disaster
We're really
stuff.
trying to tackle hurricanes mostly in
Right.
that. So.
Let
Flooding
me
also.
ask a question before we vote. And you may have asked it, and I apologize. I was trying to do some research on my own on this. But Impact, which was recommended, actually had the second best price point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Based on the scaling. There was two other companies tied for first best.
Right,
They
for
actually
price.
got the bronze if you were doing it in that manner, right? You got the bronze. And then Grant Works came in fourth place. Didn't even win place or show.
Correct. We had two.
But the others had scoring that was not as high, and so that's how we worked it, that it was. So overall, Impact had the best score. But
And the county,
they
the
were-
county has worked with Impact in the past already. We also worked with Grant Works.
But my question was going to be, and maybe Anna can help me, or Kathy, or you, Michael. How do you have that big of a discrepancy in price? I thought industry pretty much set a certain amount, right? I thought there was like an industry standard, like
So
I mean, I guess architects still have different pricing than what they bid for engineers. So is that kind of what happened here?
Yes, each company provided a list of different professions, if you will,
Okay.
that could be tasked on a particular set of work. And depending on how they value those individuals, each company provided a different hourly rate for those. So, I would assume if you get a more qualified individual, they're going to command a higher rate than someone that has less credentials.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So really, and I guess the other side of that too is a good point, John, is that Grant Works would have probably been higher had their price not been.
Correct.
So they ranked higher in other categories than, say, Impact?
We're splitting hairs at this point. They were 2 points apart,
Both the
right?
same.
Okay, that's fine. Never mind. Well, that's a good point, though, John. I mean, I didn't realize, because I thought it was third. So you're saying it was two tied for first and then a second, and then, so really, you're right, it would be fourth.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor, and second, so all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Same, all opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Passed. Go number F, auditor. Number 1.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I respectfully submit Budget Change Order Number 16 for your consideration and approval. All items are of a routine budgetary nature. The backup documentation does include a short narrative from the departments with the purpose of the proposal and the requested change order. If Commissioners Court doesn't have any questions, I would request your approval.
Well, do you have any, Commissioner?
I have. So moved.
Second.
Moved and second that we accept approval of the change order number 16 for fiscal year 2022-2023. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Number 2.
Commissioners, I'm also submitting capital project change order number 122 for your consideration and approval. The capital project change order will increase the available budgetary funds for capital revenues that have already been received, recorded, and deposited that collectively total $1,150,507.11. Please keep in mind that Commissioners Court has previously allocated $550,000 of the earned interest revenues on May 24th, item 3B1, for the ABM change order number 5 for the energy savings performance contract.
Okay.
All right, so tell me again what we're doing on this one.
Tell us in plain English.
Okay, whenever we receive revenues in the capital project, it is budgeted inception to date, which means that anytime that revenues are recorded, we then have to go in and increase the budget in order for you to spend those revenues. That's what I'm doing. We've received revenues. They were deposited into the bank. They've been reflected in our books. I am now increasing our budget so in the unallocated funds budgets so that you can go back and re-spend those funds. Now, there are a few that are actually allocated directly to a project. For example, the hilltop roof replacement. I believe that was a FEMA reimbursement that we finally received. I don't know. I gave up on it a long time ago, but we got the money in. And we received that reimbursement from TDM for FEMA for the previous hilltop roof and ceiling replacement of $125,000. And since those funds were reimbursing the expenses that occurred in that capital project, they're reimbursing that capital project, and then it'll be available to reallocate. But you have to reimburse where the expense happened. The revenue follows the expense follows the revenue.
When you say reimburse, who reimburses that?
Okay, so the capital project 1921 1004 for the hilltop roof replacement. Let me look to see who originally funded it or where the funding originally came from. 1921.
I was told it was FEMA.
Well, no, we received reimbursement from FEMA. I've got to see where the money originally came from. Okay, so there was $192,556 that came from. Oh, that was a transfer in. Then I've got it looks like funding came from where's it coming in? We put the money in long before I'd have to go back. It's before 2019 that we put the money in. So I'd have to go back and research. The spreadsheet can only go so big.
How does that, what caught my ear is reallocation?
So I'll find the original funding source of those revenues. Whenever I transferred my data over at September 25th, 2019, and I do have the previous spreadsheets. It's just a matter of going and getting those. But whenever I transferred it over, there was already $1.5 million allocated to that project. And so I'm just going to have to find where the funding source of those, where the money came from. If it came from unallocated and it was one of the initial allocations of that capital project funds, then it would go back to unallocated. If it came from let's say that everybody in Commissioners Court each contributed a portion, it would then be available to go back. You would redistribute the funds in the same manner from which they came.
I don't think they contributed too much.
I don't know. Again, I can get with you after after Commissioners Court because I do have that spreadsheet on my computer. It's just going to take a while to get there.
Okay, that's fine.
The only other, the judge also had 2 TxDOT-funded projects. Within 5 years of the project completing, TxDOT is required to provide an audit of the agreed-upon contractual items that the joint venture. Both of them were at the airport. One of them was the fuel, and the other one was I think it was the hangar, but I'm not 100% sure. It is in the backup. With that, whenever TxDOT did their reconciliation, they realized that they had funding left over from that project, and so they redistributed that back to us 5 years after it closes, as required by state statute. It was a whole, for both projects, $19,463.27.
So that goes back to
The
general?
judges, well, it wasn't, it came out of, it was originally allocated by Judge Neal in the 2015 COs, in the 1919 3000, that was airport improvements, so it would go back to the judge, since the previous judge had allocated those funds.
The judge not here no more, so we can split it, right?
Yes. Oh, I didn't say that you could
Do that
split
while
it.
she's on out. I'm just kidding. She's watching. I'm just doing it for fun.
Does anybody have any other questions?
No, thank you.
Do I get
very
anything back?
You received Road District
Oh, right.
4
You
funds
showed me
of $244,225.88. That was in 1901-0400.
It's Road District 4. You're not in Road District 4, man. I'd be happy to share the love. But it's Road District 4. Man, come on.
How does he do it?
Yeah.
Hey, just move into Road District 4.
Thank you, Lisa. That's it?
I respectfully request your approval.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and
Give my
second
money.
to approve. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Same motion to disapprove, same motion. Motion passed. Okay.
Did we vote?
Do we go to executive session? I guess we're gonna have to go to executive
We did
session,
what?
Jenny?
We did vote?
Do we need to do that?
Yeah.
And why do we need to do that one in executive session? I was going to ask my question before we do that, because we've only got one. But why do we have to do that one? Just appointing an additional hearing examiner, right?
It could be,
And
it
why
could
do
be,
we did 3. Why do we need another one? Somebody declined?
correct. That's why we're coming to the court to ask that that be compensated. There are 2 issues. One, there was concern that some type of regulation that affects judges might keep them from being able to sit in this capacity, since this is not a judicial, this is a hearing officer that's not required to be a judge or even a lawyer, but they were asking for guidance from their governing bodies on that one. We had 1 hearing, but we were told that that would not happen again.
Without compensation?
Correct.
So it's, what's the suggested compensation? Where do we get it from? I mean, what's the?
Every application comes with a $1,000 application fee. So, Chief Cook and the sheriff have said that for now, since there's no fee already in there to be assessed on the applicant, and we're going to bring that back to you as one of several changes to the regulations, that fee could be absorbed by the sheriff's, by that pot of money from the applicants, from the applications. And I've suggested an amount of $500 per hearing for the hearing officer.
And then,
But we still don't know the question,
So
the
what's the-
answer from the governing body on the,
so the hearing is about whether someone got denied and they're appealing that hearing?
correct.
And so is there the opportunity to charge the appellant, as oftentimes when you appeal things, you have to put appeal bonds up, you have to.
It's just not in the regulations now. I think we're making a list of that and other things
needs
to
to
bring
be
back to the
tweaked.
court.
So do we have any pending need for an additional hearing officer now, or can we wait until?
We have, I don't know how many appeals we have. There are more now.
Oh, really? We have a
Yes.
bunch? Huh, interesting.
Because, I'm sorry.
It got denied? A bunch that got denied in the appeal?
Hold on.
We're near the deadline, right? Are we already past it?
We're past, but by agreement, we're okay on the first one.
Okay.
The others.
So that might be part of the reason why you have several on the appeal, or no? That has nothing to do
There's
with
just additional people who have been denied in their process for various reasons.
What kind of denials are happening? Do you know? I mean, inspections, they're being denied.
When they have an owner who has history, that was a source of denial. When you have, I don't know all the various reasons, that's the one that.
What I'm trying to get at, but it's not building codes or anything like that.
There are other people who have not gotten, I don't know if this is one I've heard about. There's not timely inspections done. I don't know if that's been worked out. But there are several issues with being in a location that is too close to some type of protected school, church, home, and various issues. It's a lengthy set of requirements.
I mean, because there is a requirement, you gotta be so many feet away from public schools or churches.
Yes.
You know, same as a liquor license or something.
Right.
But, I mean, it's there. If they don't meet that, then why are they appealing?
They have a right to appeal under the regulations.
We should have something like what Brent's saying, have them put up some kind of fee, you know.
I'm absolutely 100% in favor of that. It just is not in the regulations right now.
We have to add it to it.
So that's why we're going to bring back the regulations with that addition and others that we have found through the process that we need to tweak.
We're going to amend it.
But we could literally make that amendment right now, and you just go put the language in so that we don't get delayed on that, because it's all related matters in regards to this item.
You could, but I don't think it would affect anybody who appeals after today.
Well, right, because we got 2 weeks for our next meeting, or a month before you bring it, so we could, I get it, ones that have already appealed have appealed, but
Okay.
we could, I mean, I would make a motion that we had an appropriate appellate fee, bond, whatever the county attorney thinks is appropriate to the ordinances and regulations, and that be effective today, pending the language provided by the county attorney.
We have proposed $250 to be assessed both to the county and to the applicant who is appealing, so that both parties are paying a portion of that fee.
That sounds reasonable. I would add that to my motion.
Yeah, the parties have to pay something.
Is that with the $1,000 that they,
Yep.
with their application fee, that's an
additional.
addition to?
Additional.
Yep.
At the time of appeal, if an appeal happens.
Yep, additional cost.
So if it's denied, I'm just trying to, if their application is denied?
They lose their $1,000.
They lose their $1,000. If they want to appeal, they have to file the extra $250 fee.
Why are they accepting those applications to begin with?
Because they're making them, you have to accept them.
No, you don't. No, not
You
unless
can't
y'all
screen
change
them.
Well, they don't
not
know
unless
at
you
the
change-
point of application at the beginning what they're going to find along the way. There are
Right.
inspections, there are site visits.
They're finding this stuff's coming in afterwards, and they're finding all this stuff coming in. They're not like, it's not like a person applies and says he's got a criminal record. They probably, well, but if they don't do it right, then they find it out later, then that's not our fault.
They lie.
Or they don't fill out their application fully, or they, I mean, they're, what she's telling us is they're determining these things as they go along in the investigation. The person who applied should know they shouldn't be applying if they don't qualify. And
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, no, I was just wondering, because there, somebody stated that if it's not fully completed, you can't accept that application. That's part of it, so.
well, but the investigation is part of the,
You'll be doing,
That's
if
what
you
you
don't get
find
the
later.
money, you'll be doing all the work for free.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
what happens after that?
Yeah.
Nobody gets the money.
if someone
but you
applies
did all
when
the
they shouldn't,
investigation.
that's on them.
So,
So, okay, so is that
All right.
clear enough on the motion? Was
So-
that good, Carol?
good. Do I have a motion on the floor? Do I hear a second?
Second.
Upon appeal, 250 from the applicant and 250 from the county.
That's
Is it
correct.
from that $1,000?
No, it's additional cost.
From the county.
We have to pay for part of it.
Where is that coming from?
That would be from the application
That's
fee
what I
that's
asked.
already
Okay, from-
accepted.
that wouldn't specify
county
it
has
comes
to-
from that application fee.
Well, no, we're not saying that yet. That's probably where
Well,
it's
the
going to come from,
sheriff's,
but we don't.
the sheriff's or the county would probably draw that from those fees.
But I mean, you're not, I want to get the appellate thing in place now. Where the fees come from, we can work out later. I want it done now, so when all these new ones that are coming in, that we're not going to have to, because we're going to get stuck with all of it now.
Yeah, we're going to be up stacks.
Yeah, I mean, that $1,000, I wasn't counting on that, 500 of that coming for appeals, because we're not making any money on this thing anyway. So yep.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
You got the motion? Yeah.
I can do it again if you want me to, I'm happy to.
Yes.
The motion would be effective today. The appellate process would be $250 would be paid for upfront by the person appealing, and the county would then, out of funds to be determined where to come from later, would cover the other $250 in cost.
Okay.
And that's effective today. That would be the motion. Is that good?
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Do you want to make a separate, and just so it's clear there, that will only affect one's appeals filed after today?
Well, I said it. I said effective
Got
today.
it.
I mean, I wish it wouldn't. I mean, if there's a way to go back and do it, I would. But if you're telling me I can't, I won't.
Okay, so it's, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. No, all same, motion pass. Okay.
Now, the question, though, that we want to do is, what do we need to do on these appeals, Jenny? I mean, you're suggesting this $500 fee. How many do we have currently?
How many appeals pending? Let me find out.
And then where are we going to, you're thinking that'll come from I guess it's going to have to come from the application fees, which is kind of a bummer, but.
We have 4 that need to be handled, so
Okay, so then so those 4 at $500 apiece, are those judges that we've already previously agreed and appointed, are they willing to take it for that?
oh, for that fee, that we have not, that's a twofold question. First, they need to be sure that they can even do it as judges, and then second, if they can,
Then if they can't, we need to come up with some alternatives today, is
Right.
what you're telling us.
Yes.
Right. And do you have suggestions on who some suggested people would be in case, I'd prefer it to be the judges, but if they can't, I understand. We all agree on those suggestions.
Jenny, are you talking about someone like a mediator maybe?
Anybody.
it can be anyone. And this is the part where I would, if you can go into executive, for this part of the discussion, I would ask to.
Okay. I guess, sure. What could be that secretive, but okay.
Okay.
Actually, it's not, we don't know the answer to the legal question about the judges. We do know it can be anyone. We don't know,
What's the legal reason
yeah,
for going
no.
back there?
There's not a legal reason to go back there. What, we have the magistrate's answer to the Board of Judges, right? They're,
Yeah.
so that would be a question, I believe, for the commissioners to communicate with the Board of Judges about whether that would be acceptable to the Board of Judges to have those 2 people appointed. But I don't know if you want to direct,
And who are the magistrates? I don't even know who they are anymore.
well, there's Judge Shower, and then I believe there's Judge Madrigal.
Madrigal.
I'm fine with
And
those.
are there only 2, I think?
If that would be that's fine with me. I mean, those 2 would be great too, if they want to
Then
do
I
it.
can, the court would like, I can make that inquiry with the Board of Judges. I don't know if that's going to be satisfactory. It would be ideal for the county. but they may have the same issues. So
So what do we need to cover? So let's say,
I would like to have one civilian, non-judge, who
you have a suggestion?
I don't have a suggestion.
Okay, how about, I'll make a motion that we appoint, if he'll do it, John Martinez to be the hearing officer.
I just want to ask one last question, Jimmy.
And do we need another one? Anybody want to put another one in?
What about the public defender's office?
$500.
Anyone, if
Well,
they're
that's what I'm
willing
saying.
to
I mean-
take it.
I mean, they're already employed by us, aren't they? Or
They are, but this is not a part of their job description.
This will be separate.
This would be completely separate.
I'm just saying maybe if they could, or if they wanted to, or what. I mean, that's what they do. They public.
Well, they might be. Do you have a person in mind?
I don't even know any of them. I'm just saying that department right there. Maybe they would have somebody.
Okay, how about that? If the judges can do it, great. If the magistrate can do it, great. And if not, anybody got a problem with John Martinez as the civilian? Okay, can we make that as a
I
motion?
have a problem with John Martinez.
Can we make that as a motion?
I will take that and run with it, and I'll report back.
And the motion would be the judges first, the magistrate second, and if none of those works, then to appoint John Martinez, if he'll accept it, for $500 for a hearing officer for these game room hearing things. Anybody got a second on that?
Second.
Thanks. Yeah, it's easy. Judges,
The
magistrates.
motion on the floor,
Martinez.
seconds. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Okay. So where do we go from here, Ginny?
Former judge, attorney, that's a
Do
good
you
one.
want to go to executive session?
No,
I don't think
need
that's it, right?
to. No, that is it.
I think you covered everything that was on there.
Memories. I don't think I have any.
Is there any adjournments in memory of anyone? Did anybody have any adjournment? Commissioner? Commissioner? No, having no adjournment, no memory. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Is it to adjourn or keep on going? All in favor of the motion to adjourn? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Time. 12:26.
Adjourn. Time. I'm coming.
Time 12:27.
12:27. I'm coming. Yeah,
It was